Hello. I am live and I am alone, and I don't know if anybody else will come on or not. I don't know if anybody's watching or not, and that's okay. So I don't need an audience, although I do like an audience, you know. And yeah, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. It bees what it bees. I was supposed to be on another show, and they're having technical issues. And hey, Nadia Yvette Chambers, hello. I was supposed to be on the goddamn podcast, and they're having issues for some reason. I am going to send a link to them because I didn't do that because I didn't think of it. And let's see if they decide to come on or to watch or something. All right. Anyway, so there's that. And I mean, I don't know if anybody else is going to come in. I don't know if anybody's going to join on the in the studio. I don't know, and that, like I said, that's okay. That's okay. I don't have all the answers, and I don't need all the answers. And honestly, I don't want all the answers. Fuck it. Let's just roll. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? We just roll with shit. So, because you know what? Life is too goddamn short to give a shit or something like that. Let's see here. All right. Oh, man. Well, it says there's two people watching. I don't want to bore anybody, so you can watch me be a Twizzler, I guess. A half of one. That's exciting. They left. Somebody left when I said that. That's funny. Oh man. Oh, I don't know. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's Sarah Hahn. I don't know. So if anybody who's watching, the one person that's watching, if it's still Nadia, if you see Sarah Hahn anywhere online, tell him I said hello and that he's a jerk and needs to talk to me. If not, well, that's okay too. It is what it is, you know. You know, because you know, because I said, hey, what's going on? And it's nice to have somebody on. You don't know who Sarah Hahn 06 was a pretty popular YouTuber back in the day. He was awesome. He only showed his face from here up. That was his shtick. That's what he was kind of famous for. And it was fun. And he was fun. And he's kind of a libertarian anarchist kind of a guy. And we used to get into a lot of really productive arguments about stuff. Way back in the day, I ended up removing all of my subscribers. Sarahon, Sarahon 06 or 06. Anyway, I ended up removing because at the time you could, like, if somebody was subscribed to you and you wanted them to not be subscribed to you, you could remove subscribers. And I removed 2,000 subscribers until I only had one left, and that was Sarahon, because I could not bring myself to have him not follow me. Yeah, Nadia. Here. There you go. Like a that. Like a that to right to there. But yeah. Saron was awesome. I have him on Skype, but he never answers. So I don't know. And then there was Slutface Tony. I don't know if you know Slutface Tony. Somebody else I've been trying to get a hold of. I haven't spoken to forever. And I can't find him anywhere. And I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Everybody is having computer issues, either because of weather or their computers, I don't know, suck. I don't know what the issue is. But that's what happened with the goddamn podcast. I was supposed to be on there tonight, and that didn't work. I don't know if you can hear that, but I've got a child crying upstairs. Poor little guy. I got the sniffles too. What's up with that? I don't know. I hear noises. Who was that? Okay. Didn't see over here. So, 8 minutes, and I haven't really talked about anything because I'm a loser, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is. And I'm okay with that. Hang on. Where are you, Peach? Here you are. Oh, there's 2 viewers. Hello. Somebody new? You're worried because you have a loose tooth. Oh. Oh, I don't know what to say to that. Don't worry, see a dentist. I know I had to have a lot of dental work done a bunch of years ago. And I had it done through the dental clinic. Yes, I am live now. That's why I sent the link. Silly. So I went to, we have a dental clinic. I don't know if it's something that is everywhere. I know where I live, I have. So your dentist just told you about what? About a dental clinic or that you have a loose tooth? So confused. You have to remember, I am easily confused. Little guy up there crying. I don't know if you can hear him. I feel so bad. But it's past his bedtime. So I posted a picture of me on Facebook because, of course, I did. And I don't like it. So somebody wanted to know why I don't like that picture. So if you're watching, I will tell you, I don't like that picture because it looks like me. And there you have it. So your dentist told you you had a loose tooth. You can't, I don't, I'm sorry. I just, that kind of thing is usually obvious when you know you have a loose tooth, right? Because it would be loose. I don't know. Yes, they are. They are my boys. A 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. They're mine. And it's past their bedtime and they're making lots of noise. So the kids sound uncomfy. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, they're kids. They do what they do. One of the things they do is make noise. That's what they do. They're all right. They're up there giving their mother a hard time because that's also what they do. But she handles things like crying and stuff better than I do. Crying kids drives me up the wall. So happy laughing children, love that. I could do that all day. So, well, Nadia, I have a total of 4 children. 2 of them are grown and moved out and moved on, and I got 2 little guys. So, you know, having children isn't for everybody. I love being a parent. I love my kids. They're awesome, all 4 of them. The little guys are a lot of work, though. So, excuse me. So I don't know if you guys had heard of the goddamn podcast before, but it's the person who like owns the channel, who owns the show, is Coctopus Prime. So popular YouTuber, was really big back in the day of the great debate community. Did a lot of videos poking fun at, like, right wingers and Fox News and all that kind of stuff. Um, Always liked his content. His show is a little bit mean spirited. Picking on people who deserve to be picked on, but it's still a little mean spirited. But it's fun. So I spend a lot of my time um, on his show. I'm a co-host on the show now. But my time there is basically spent just either laughing or making faces at Coctopus. So pretty career focused. Well, what was your career? A neurologist. Hang on, I'm sorry. Somebody's asking me a question. Do you know a good neurologist? I do not. Sorry. Yeah, what is your career, if you don't mind my asking? If I didn't already ask, I'm sorry. I was like distracted and forgot what I was talking about and who I was and that kind of stuff, you know. Somebody asked if I knew a good neurologist. Sorry, guys. Meek Mill Vivo 1. Oh, okay. My career was in kernel programming when I still had it. Oh, I see. Meek Mill Vivo 1. Hi, Meek. Somebody is not happy. Sorry. I got the kids crying. I got the kids crying in the background. I've got somebody sending me messages because they need rides. Oh. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm multitasking. And one of the fascinating things about multitasking is it's a good way to do everything wrong. It's a really good way to do everything wrong. It is what it is. You guys get to watch me have a conversation on Facebook. How amazing is that? Aren't you glad you logged in tonight? You're watching me chat on Facebook. My God. And then I hear Peach whistling. I'm pretty sure it was Peach. If it wasn't Peach, it was one of the kids. And if one of the kids are whistling, that's impressive. So, anybody who tuned in to see cleavage, it's, colder weather is coming and stuff. So there's a lot less of that showing these days. I'm sorry. There's plenty of pictures on Facebook, though. So, yeah, this is pretty dull, huh? What do you think? Oh, my God. changes. Yeah, sometimes temporary, sometimes permanent. They don't really understand much. It's maybe it triggers old brain damage from '96, or maybe giving them new brain damage. Who the fuck knows? So I had COVID a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't know at the time when I had first gotten it. I did not know, and I had to drive a friend to the doctor. Anyway, I had to drive a friend to the doctor, and we met that morning, and I was like, I don't know why I'm sweating. There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. It's just so weird. I keep sweating. Maybe it's hormonal. I don't know. Drove him to the doctor. That night, I'm sick. Next day, take a test. COVID positive. So I called him and let him know. Now it's a couple weeks now. I am no longer sick, but apparently he is, and he's having neurological symptoms and needs another ride to the doctor because he got the COVID from me. But he's having neurological symptoms. I never looked it up, what kind of neurological symptoms occur, but oh. So anyway, so yeah, I know I'm fine. I don't have any, not that I can tell. I don't have any lingering symptoms, but my friend apparently does. He's having neurological symptoms. I don't know exactly what that means, but he wants me to give him a ride to the doctor. Yeah, I had a temporary loss of taste. And actually for like a day, everything tasted like nothing. I just couldn't taste anything. But it came back. It came back just as suddenly as it went away. So but my friend, I don't know what kind of neurological symptoms he's having, but hey, bug, did I get you? Where'd you go? I hope I killed you, you fucker. I don't like bugs. There's like a fly in here. What is that? You're a funny looking bug. You're a very funny looking bug, and I'm going to leave you alone. Kid sounds upset up there. I don't know if you can hear him anymore, but he doesn't sound happy. Poor little guy. Oh. Sorry. I'm so sorry. That was Damon and he was laughing? Oh, that's good. I wasn't sure. Sounded like somebody was upset. Laughing is good. I will take laughing. I like laughing. Hi, baby. Stephanie is typing. She's typing like crazy, love. All kinds of stuff. She ain't stopping. She ain't stopping anytime soon. Oh my god. Shoot me. Shoot me. Shoot me now. Oh my god. So she's just going on and on. She's upset with people on the ambulance squad that she works with, and she almost got into an accident. She got pulled over. Lou needs a ride to the doctor because she's having neurological symptoms from the COVID, which I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck that even means anymore. And yeah. She wants to kill people on the ambulance squad, so I guess they'll need ambulances themselves, or I don't know. It's just, you hear it, right? She just keeps typing. I'm not even answering anymore, and she's just typing. It's like it doesn't matter. Nothing matters as long as she can write her book. So as I was saying earlier, I was supposed to be on the goddamn podcast, and Coctopus Prime, TJ, who owns the show, couldn't be on because he is in Florida in the middle of a hurricane right now. So it was going to be me and the producer of the show, some fat guy. That's his screen name, not me insulting him. And he's the producer, right? His job is he streams the show. So if you're watching if you're watching the goddamn podcast, it's some fat guy who's streaming it out of Canada, and he's having computer issues. Can't figure out why. They're just issues. So yeah. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just broadcast all by my lonesome, like I am. And I'm trying to do that, and I'm getting tons of messages. Can't sleep yet. Well, it's early. Yeah, I've heard of I heard when the pandemic was in full swing. I heard there were like people like in their mid-30s. There was one guy who was a doctor who had no symptoms at all and did not know he had COVID, who just dropped dead. I mean, he just fell over and died from COVID. And it was just like, holy shit. That kind of stuff. That's some scary shit. Rest in peace, Coolio. What? The Coolio died? Sorry. All right. Where are we at here? Coolio died. No way. At 59. Oh, man, he young. Holy shit. Wow. Whoop. Am I good at resumes? Oh, that's right. Stephanie says she's a friend of Ice-T. I have no idea how true that is. But she says that she's a friend of Ice-T. And whatever. Okay. But if she said that Ice-T told her that Coolio died. I don't know if that's true or not. Does Peach know a good one from one that needs work? Oh, does the Peach know a good one from one that needs work? I don't know. I'll ask her. Peach, Do you know a good resume from one that needs work? Because Stephanie needs a good looking resume. She's got to have that. She may have landed a job. Then why does she need the resume? Mm. I am so confused. I am so confused. I am easily confused. What do you want? Damn, girly, you looking fine. That's cute too, with the shoulders open like that. Little sexual harassment. Sorry. Hey, I don't know if you're watching or not there, some fat guy. But I don't work for you, so it's not really sexual harassment. I don't know, maybe it is. I don't know. Huh. Thanks. Otherwise, I'll just have to scout online and hope for the best. That's what I do. Okay, just a thumbs up because I don't know what to say. That's what I do. If we're like chatting and I send you a thumbs up, that's because I don't know what to say. I assume that's what everybody does. I don't know. I don't know. My God. I found that banana bread recipe, by the way. Banana bread cake. And I want to make it. I'll probably maybe after the next paycheck. I'll do it then. And I'll go and I'll get this the stuff, the supplies. The only thing I want to add to it is chocolate chips. They don't have chocolate chips in this recipe. And I'm like, how is there not chocolate chips in that? It's banana cake. Must have chocolate chips. What kind of Nazi bullshit is that? Oh my God. Is there a way that I can share this? Somebody posted a picture of this girl. She's got all these tattoos, and one of them is on her lower leg is a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer, and it says, "If you can't beat him, eat him." Oh no! What is wrong with you? That is so wrong. Anyway. What other songs did Coolio do? The only one that he did that I care about is Gangster's Paradise. I don't know. I don't think I'm alone in this. Rest in peace. Coolio. Hey, redneck atheist. Dated a girl years ago with eat me on her pubic mound. Oh. Hey. After I have bottom surgery, I think I might get that. Yeah, I was not a Coolio fan. Hey, some fat guy. Um, I was not a Coolio fan. I liked Gangster's Paradise. It was a good song. It was catchy. Well, some fat guy, you need to get your computer fixed. Hit it with a wrench. That's what I do. Anytime I have computer issues, I hit your computer with a wrench. Works every fucking time. Been spending most our lives living in a gangster's paradise. Coolio. I don't buy it. I don't. I think it's you. I think it's you. So I should send this picture to you, actually, some fat guy. Maybe you can use it in the next show or something. I don't know. Save image. This girl has serial killer tattoos on her body. Because I don't know fucking why. I don't know why. Let me do this. I'm gonna drop this in Discord. Consider it dropped. Chickadee, I showed you the stats. Yeah, that's all numbers and shit. That don't mean nothing to me. It's all numbers and shiz. Yeah, okay, yeah. LOL, nice pick. No, look at her. Look at her. Look at her tattoos. That's what I'm trying to show you, you dum dum. She had Jeffrey Dahmer on her leg. But because I called you a dum dum? You know what, redneck atheist, I have to be honest. I am fucking shocked that Ozzy Osbourne is still alive. Um, hang on, my dude. All right, that is done. Done. Okay, you saw that one too, right? Is that who that is? That's Bundy on her thigh. The fuck is wrong with this girl? It's a Volkswagen. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Discord is working now. Yeah, now that we're not going to do a show. Yeah. Uh-huh. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, some fat guy. You're just. That's the thing. You're just some fat guy. Ah, actually, redneck atheist, since you bring it up, what Ozzy Osbourne does have is a genetic mutation that allows him to ingest all kinds of shit that would normally kill somebody. Oh, is that was on her shoulder? I don't know. I don't see it on her shoulder. I see birds and shit on one arm. Then on her, like on her lower leg, on her shin, is Dahmer. And then there's somebody above that, and I don't know who it's supposed to be. Somebody said, "Is that Ron DeSantis?" I don't know. Is there a way for me to share a picture? Yes, slides, but I don't have slides. Add file. Upload a file. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. See, this is what happens when you don't know how to do shit. Okay, I hear the ocean.
Too much noise on mine?
Sound like the ocean.
Turn that fan off so I don't have as much audio suppression as I would on my setup.
It was a fan. It's not cold
Yeah.
enough in Canada for you.
No, it's really muggy and humid as hell tonight after this stupid hurricane thing came through, right?
Yeah. That's the rumor.
We're all messed up.
There was a Canadian hurricane that was running a boot.
Yeah, it's a boot and a boot, and like a Cat 3 when it hit a boot. So, you know, like they have in the South for when Waffle Houses are closed, like the Waffle House Index for hurricanes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to start that up here for Tim's because all the Tim Hortons, like on the island that the boyfriend and I go holiday on, Prince Edward Island, 82,000 customers in total for Maritime Electric, and every one of the customers had no power for 48 hours, over 48 hours, and they've only gotten like 25,000 customers restored. It's pretty bad. And you know what we had tonight. I swear I tested and and it's working great now.
Oh my God. Are we doing
I'm even on.
in the chat? Oh, hey, Nadia. Didn't you used to be friends with Brett Keane?
Well, I can't even see the chat.
Yeah, well, you can't see the chat because you're a loser.
No. Let's see. Can I stop camera for a second? I can. I'm gonna grab my iPad so I can see the chat.
You can't have it on like the show open on another tab.
I mean, I could, but why do that when I can use a separate screen altogether for that? In my head, it makes more sense.
Maybe because it's going on in your head.
That's probably most of the, like 99% of the issues. Yeah.
I had to talk to
but
a lot
I
of
bought this tech. I might as well use the tech, right?
I suppose. Brett Keane isn't a believer, though. Like, I don't give a shit. You know, I mean, he's a lolcow, sure. You know, he's right up there with G-Men and you know, Shanny for drugs or whatever the fuck her name is. You know, I mean, he's not a believer. He does what he does for the attention. He is an attention. Oh. So, yeah, Brett Keane, not a believer. So, I don't know. I'm just saying. Not a believer. He just tries to get money from people because that's what he do. That's what he do. Yeah, he bounces back and forth because he needs new people to fleece. Just like, you know, Shanny for food and G-Man. Foods. So for those of you who don't know the foods reference, Shanny for Christ. God, I can't believe I'm talking about fucking Shanny for Christ. Shanny for Christ.
We got it everywhere now.
Did a stream. Where'd you go? Anyway, she did this stream trying to raise money to buy herself some food. And instead of like talking with the viewers and like doing normal kind of stuff that people who make money online would do, she just like looked into the camera and said, foods, every so often. It was really lame and pathetic. And it takes, in my opinion, a great deal of a sense of entitlement to think that you can just go on camera and have people give you money. I would like very much for everybody to give me money, not for food, just so I can have more money. So I will try the Shanny method here. Monies.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you're gonna eBay, like, do a joke. something.
Money.
So self-entitled.
Yeah, right. So most places have a local food bank. Yes, pretty much every town has at least one. There's like two in my town. Um, she lives in Pennsylvania. It shouldn't be too hard, and she's also supposedly a believer. Her other half, her boyfriend, or husband, or her domestic terrorist. Partner is goes by Rev because they're believers in the gods. And no, no, Nadia, no. They had gotten a house, two houses, if I'm not mistaken, and $700,000, and all of it is gone. They sold both the houses for $1 each. They sold the house to G-Man, and now he won't even let them live in it. Look at it. They sold the house to G-Man for $1, and then he was like, yeah, "Fuck you guys."
That house is destroyed though, because we looked at
But-
pictures of that, and
But they're practically living in a car now, so who cares? Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't matter how big of a piece of shit the house is. It's better than the street. And they sold it for a fucking $1 because they're fucking stupid. And now they can't even. I mean, it makes no fucking sense.
well, they sold it to them for like tax write-offs. I think they owed so much in back property tax, so they tried to unload it without the tax following.
Yeah.
That's the whole idea of like the dollar ownership to change names. I'm sure they didn't even do that
Should have
properly.
spoken to a lawyer before they did that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they blew it on food and pot.
Literally,
Lots of pot.
no,
I
like
mean, they spent a lot of money
DoorDash.
on DoorDash. Instead of like going to a fucking store and buying food like normal people who have a car, they just had everything DoorDash. They were spending thousands and thousands of dollars a week on DoorDash.
Yeah,
Because,
if it wasn't DoorDash, it was like the local quickie mart to buy the most expensive pop cigarettes and like beef jerky sticks. Like just
at that point, that was
no
that's
forethought.
what they've been spending their food stamps on. So property taxes follow the property, not the what property follows property, not the owner. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how that it would vary state to state as well.
It's like 3/4 of a million. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy that they were spending a shit ton of money because everybody needs a $30 cheeseburger from McDonald's.
I don't even know shit ton of money like properly states. It was over 700,000 in less than 3 years that was spent. That's a lot. Like
It's
a lot of money. Like my partner and I could live pretty comfortably the rest of our lives on something like 700,000, especially where they own the house.
So 700, right? So half of that is like 350, right? So half of that, is what, 175, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So that's a quarter of what he inherited, right? A quarter of what he inherited would be life changing for me.
Mm-hmm.
That would be life changing. Like we could like pay off this house and have money left over to pay off the car.
Yeah, I mean that's huge right there. Not having those two monthly bills,
exactly. Like no more car payment and no more mortgage. That's life changing. And these motherfuckers blew through it like it was nothing. And then they go online begging for money.
Yeah.
And
I mean, and nothing to show for it.
Like Dragon said though, right? Like every town has a food bank. So I mean, why are they begging for money for food online? And they can go to the food bank. The problem is with the food that you get at a food bank, and I believe this is I could be wrong, but I believe this is true. The food that you get at the food bank, you would have to cook.
Yeah, exactly. It's not prepared food.
Right. It's not prepared. Right. They are too stupid and too lazy to cook. Like me, I mean, I've been like slacking off lately, but I mean, I'll cook my ass off. I cook. Like
same, yeah, absolutely. Like I try to do as least processed as possible on food. As much whole food.
But that's the thing, though. Like they document their entire lives. Like they did. It was for food. People were actually sending them food, and they would eat it on camera. And where Shani would eat it on camera in front of her family while they were all losing weight. She ended up losing her kids. Again, the state, Child Protective Services took her kids away.
In.
They are now living in foster care, because for a bunch of reasons. One of them being that she didn't really feed them. Well, she kept getting larger and larger. Everybody else in the house was getting smaller. So,
kind of a reverse diet situation. Were you around? We've covered some of her cooking because she is a jack of all trades.
So I did see her, sprucing up the leftovers video where she cooked whatever the fuck she was cooking, and there was no leftovers involved in the recipe. I mean, and so it was fresh food, no leftovers. And I wouldn't eat that shit. That was terrible.
But if memory serves, it was like expensive cheese, some kind of expensive pork or beef, some kind, like the meat was a good cut of meat. And I think we figured out, like, just back in the envelope calculations, it was like over $100 in stuff she threw together with like leftover rice. That was the base of the leftover.
I mean, at the time they had the money to waste. And they are apparently very good at doing so. But yeah, usually people begging on the train are lying. When they need money for food, they actually want it for drugs. Sure, that's very common. It happens all the time. I used to live in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. For those of you not familiar with Paterson, New Jersey, it is a city where hope goes to die.
Oh, okay. I have family from I want to say Newark, but that's not Secaucus.
Okay,
I don't know if that's near. Not far. Like lots of family there.
So, I was on my way home from work one day, and there was like the exit off the main road that went into the neighborhood where I lived, and there was a homeless guy with a sign asking for money for food. Right, so I went past him, and I was already past him. So like, well, I'm gonna have to turn around if I'm gonna help this guy out. But if I'm gonna turn around, that means I have to pass the deli. So I'll stop at the deli and I'll pick him up a sandwich and I'll give him that. Right. So I got him my ham and cheese. Right. And you're close up to Paterson here in Harlem to know where it is. Oh, you're in Harlem? Yeah. Obviously, as you're on the other side of the river, but yeah. So okay, so I go, I pick up the sandwich, I go back around the block, and I pull up and I hand him a sandwich out the window, right? And he takes it and he looks at it and looks at me and he hands it back to me and he says, "What the fuck am I gonna do with this?"
Yeah.
Well, and I'm like, "Well, fuck you then. Well, fuck you then. I'll eat it." So I took it and I ate it. But it was just like he obviously didn't want money for food if he's complaining about somebody giving him food.
Whenever I see people with those signs, it always reminds me of like when you go to a concert and you see the scalpers. I need tickets, right? But they're trying to sell tickets, and that's how I see.
I am not against scalpers. Fuck them. If they can really sucker, hey, some fat guy, where'd you go? If they can sucker somebody to give them like double the amount of what a ticket is worth, good for them.
Well, there's a market for it, right? There's a need and a demand. So
I'm not against panhandling. If people want to, if that's, hey man, if that's how you're taking care of your shit, then you go. Then you take care of I am not like one of those people that get all upset. I don't even care that people are like saying, hey, I need food, give me money, and then they buy booze with it. I don't give a shit. No. I just don't like when somebody says I need money for food. You give them food, and then they're like, "Fuck you." Well, fuck you.
No, I get that point. Yeah, because you're trying to do something out of the kindness of your heart.
Right. It shouldn't.
This individual needs food. I'm trying to eliminate the middleman.
So let me take this off. All right. I'm bright enough to know to say I need cash or something besides food. Right. I mean, there's a certain amount of respect for that too. Like there's a guy, there's that guy, should wake up all them, right? Pretty famous signs, right? Homeless guys, hey, I need money for beer or I need money for pot. I'm sure they get lots of money because people look at that and they're like, hey, you're honest. You gotta
I'm sure
respect.
they do. They probably also get a lot of bullshit of do-gooders like, oh, how dare you say that? It's probably a double-edged sword,
I
but
guess.
I appreciate the honesty for sure
Yeah.
in it. Um,
It's like that song, um, from Lazy Boy, right? The song "Underwear Go Inside the Pants." Don't know if you're familiar with the song. It's hilarious. It's a great song.
Probably if I heard it, it doesn't
It's a
ring a
comedy
bell.
skit put to music. I don't
Okay.
remember who the comedian is. Famous comedian. I don't remember who it was. But part of the skit is, you know, people like they'll say, "Why are you giving homeless people money for? They're just going to use it on alcohol or drugs." And I'm like, "That's what I'm going to use it on. Why am I judging this poor bastard?"
Yeah.
And
I
it's pretty
mean,
much the idea. Like I'm gonna like look down on somebody for doing something that I would do with the money.
sure. Because everybody drinks. Everyone smokes marijuana. Like I've told the story many times, but like
I
when it went legal up here, was it 2018 or 19? I want to say September 2018. So I had to go out to the liquor stores where it's sold here. Um, and man, the lines were like around the block, right? And you're driving up and you see like the individuals in the line, and it's like little old ladies, men in fucking three-piece suits, stone. It's like just every person of society showing up to buy weed. It's like,
I don't
everyone does it.
I don't drink or smoke pot. I thought you knew that about me.
I've never really had put the thought together.
It's
Like I've
funny.
never thought like, oh, Raven
TJ
drinks, or
was
you know
busting.
what I mean?
Yeah, last night TJ was busting on dark matter for not drinking or smoking pot. And I'm like in the chat going, dude, I don't either.
Huh.
They're like, oh, it must be hard to go through life sober. No, not really.
Well, time and place for it. Like it was always more fun to drink underage with the fake ID. Once you hit 21, it's like, go to the bar or close with friends and stuff. It's okay, but yeah,
Whatever.
you know,
Is
time
what it
and
is.
place for it. Like if drinking every day, you might have a problem, kind of thing. Smoking weed every day, you probably have a little bit of a problem. Like there might be some underlying issues you're trying to avoid,
Maybe.
or you're just that's your lifestyle.
Yeah,
Your work can accommodate it, or
I don't judge.
no, I certainly don't. I just try to like figure out, you know, look at the situation.
I drink, but I can't drink very much, because I fuck her. Back in
I
the
would.
day, I back in the day, I used to, you know, do all kinds of shit. I used to smoke a lot of pot before I joined the service. Actually, after I enlisted, I pretty much stopped.
I always forget that about you. Yeah. Well, well, okay. So I mean, they're not like routinely drug testing, but I mean, it would be difficult to
Well, I mean
to
that's
to have that in your
it.
system, and
So after I went through basic training, and AIT, I had gone through all of that time with maybe only having like 2 beers, um,
mhm.
and not having any pot. And I thought, well, there's really no point in going back.
No, not at that
I
point.
didn't, I didn't miss it, so it's just like, so why
Mm.
would I go back to it? So I just never really did. So
Yeah, because I mean, when I worked off of the oil platforms, it was a 28 on, 28 off rotation. But we got drug tested the start of the shift always because we're working for Exxon or ExxonMobil. So you couldn't smoke weed with only 28 days off unless you got home, smoked, and then immediately stopped. And it was still kind of pretty sensitive to tests. Like it always pick up like if you had like a bagel with the poppy seeds and stuff, it'd pick it up.
yeah, that was. I mean, when I enlisted and I was going through MEPS station, military entrance processing station, MEPS.
Okay.
Um, the night before I would go in, like they would put you up in a hotel, and the recruiter would be like, "Do not have anything with poppy seeds with breakfast."
Yeah, no, it shows up for sure. Like they know, and it has a certain characteristic that's going to show up a certain way. versus like if you have the pop seeds and I'm assuming like heroin or something, and it's going to spike you a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also very ironic that like the harder the drugs, like cocaine and heroin, this is my understanding of it, is those are out of your system in like a few days.
Yeah, I don't know.
Versus like
I don't know.
marijuana is like it could be up to like 5-6 weeks
Yeah, I
in
heard
your
about
system.
days. From what I understand, it's about 30 days. So whatever.
Yeah, it's
And like even
kind
longer
of kind of sucks.
in your hair and stuff too.
Oh yeah. If they draw blood or spinal fluid or hair, which is illegal in this country for them to do that, thank God. But I think your country as well. But that's in there for like 6 months, 8 months. It lingers forever. And obviously, there's no effects of it even at the 30-day mark.
Yeah, right. No. So I mean, I never was not a huge fan of pot, because it would put me to sleep.
Sure.
I would get really tired. So it would be like cool for a little while. I'd be smoking pot with my friends, whatever, hanging out, and about an hour later, I was out, and I would sleep for hours. So
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the questions one of your chatters had there, or not question, but they had said it makes them feel, just not
yeah,
right. And so I had that issue back 2016 when I was in university because it was becoming legal up here for the medical. So they wanted to get me on that, my doctors, to help with some of the pain management. And so I was going off the recommendation of like the dispensaries or the place that I buy it from out of Ontario, and everyone's saying, well, like I have bad anxiety and panic attacks. So like, oh, stay away from indica. That's the worst one you can do. Go with sativa. And like I 6 to 8 months, like just really forced myself to take it, and I felt awful, like way too much in the head, panic attacks. It was disgusting. So I just gave it up.
so
Um,
right now, the drug of choice.
are those the chocolate ones? You sent me a picture of that, and I never got around to. Is it like cherry or strawberry Twizzler with
One
like
is strawberry, the other one is chocolate. So what I'll do is
the whole thing chocolate, or like in the center is chocolate? Okay. Yeah, I've just never seen that up here.
really.
We're usually like 3 to 5 years behind on candy from you guys.
Chocolate
So.
is one of the original flavors of Twizzlers. It's chocolate,
Seriously?
strawberry, black licorice. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's like the original Twizzlers or licorice is the black licorice, which personally I think is absolutely disgusting. I don't like the taste of licorice.
I like black licorice. I like black jelly beans. Love them.
Yeah, that's a woman thing. I see a lot of women that yeah, they like the licorice.
I am gonna Google that. Is black licorice a woman thing? I will Google that. There might be some explanatory
I
power.
guarantee it is, like, especially with like pregnancy craving stuff like that might skew the results of.
Well, I don't know. I know when I bought these today at the store, the kid that rang me up, my cashier, said cravings.
Yeah, see?
And I was like, sure.
Yeah, well, I could see that because you have like 2 packages of them, right? So, yeah.
Wait, what? So, black licorice, real black licorice, not the phony licorice flavor stuff, causes a drop in potassium levels. It may also mimic the activity of the female sex hormone estrogen. The National Institute of Health advises women not eat black licorice while they're pregnant or breastfeeding.
That's what I'm just reading right now. Put down the black licorice candy if you're pregnant.
Wow.
Might be harmful to your baby, according to the study that found black licorice not safe to eat during pregnancy. Oh, do you know? It's saying like, spikes in cortisone, all sorts like hormones.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, learned something new tonight.
I guess.
Did you see what days? It was Monday, I think, that NASA DART mission.
I did. I cannot wait until there are results.
So some of it's starting to come down because it had CubeSats on it as well that were deployed shortly before its impact. So there's additional. Oh, that's cool. When you Google it, there's a really cool animation that pops up on Google. Sorry. So the CubeSats were recording additional information from the impact. So that's being released now. And the ground-based telescopes, there are a bunch in South Africa that were online to be able to record it with it being dark in that part of the world at the time, showing the plume after the impact. So yeah, they are saying though, it could take 3 to 6 months to get the exact data of if it's changed the orbit of the smaller
Right.
one that
Like
it hit
everything
compared
else,
to the bigger orbit. The bigger one.
footage, or like being able to see the plume and all that stuff. That's all cool and stuff, whatever. But it's really meaningless. The only thing that matters is, did it change the trajectory of the asteroid even a little bit? If it did, fantastic. If
I
it
think
didn't,
that's pretty much a guarantee that it's going to change
eh,
it. It's just how
not
much. If it's
not
enough
really.
to
I
change it
mean,
from like a planet killer to a nearby,
we've never
a miss.
we've never done anything like that before. I
Mm.
mean, there's no basis to say, oh, it's a given it would do it. It's not. There's nothing to support it other than it just seems to make sense.
Yeah, and that's why it's
There's
complete
a
proof of
lot of shit that
concept.
seems to make sense that aren't. Like, I've already had two people come in here tonight and say, "What the fuck is this?" You would think it would be obvious.
Well, that's the thing that I was watching all this about the start mission, and all the math on it of how it's going to change the orbit is just theoretical,
Right,
because they don't know the exact composition that this thing's made of. So
right.
everything's just theoretical until this proof of concept, which was successful, and can now be studied.
Well, I mean,
It's quite amazing.
just hitting it is like that alone, actually, because of the size, it's small, right?
It
And it's
was, yeah.
6 million miles away, whatever the hell it was. How
Yeah, I
far?
think it's just a couple of 100 meters. The bigger one that it orbits is like 750 meters. And then I believe it's just under 7 million miles away from Earth.
Target. Is that what it is? It's like 6 million something, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
it's about 7 million miles from Earth.
so, to hit something that small, that far away, with one rocket,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. That's like threading a needle.
Right, because there was 38 to 45 second delay from the distance and all the lag on this communication. So,
Right.
towards the end of its mission, the trajectory of it was completely autonomous. So again, that's another really cool proof of concept that they were able to, have this thing navigate itself.
I'm gonna ask Nadia. I'm gonna ask some fat guy because I am American, and I have no idea what 65 kilograms is, in pounds.
2.2 times 65, so 140 pounds. I'll give you the exact math.
2.2 times 65.
2.25 times 65, about 145 pounds, 146 pounds.
So 143 pounds. So if that is
Yeah,
accurate, if
I think
that's
it's
accurate,
2.25.
um, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a fuck ton heavier than that. I am a metric fuck ton heavier than that. So
Yeah, as I'm looking at the mass, so the mass of the whole satellite was 610 kilograms, and then the little CubeSats were 14 kilos. I don't know if that's for both of them because I think I had two.
I don't know.
It was only launched 10 months 1 day according to this Wikipedia article. Yeah, so it didn't take very long to get there. And I want to say it was going at like 6 kilometers a second. Is that possible? That seems too fast.
No, it was 4 miles a second, I think it was.
That's crazy. They were able to spin it up that fast. So I mean, certainly that impact's going to do something to its
100,
trajectory.
100. I wish I was 187 pounds.
How can I ask how tall you are? Is that okay to ask?
I am 5'10" and a half.
Yeah, you're like me. I'm like 5'9", 10, 5'9 3/4".
Not quite
I try. Yeah,
not quite 5'11". So yeah, I was pretty tall. It's tall for a woman. And
yeah.
I am right now just over 200 pounds. So I have to lose that because I don't want to be some fat girl.
I'm gonna fucking sue you for infringing on my name there a little bit.
I
Making
love
fun of some fat guy.
American Freedom Units.
Yeah, that American Freedom Unit cost the Mars Polar Explorer to go careening into the planet because Europe was using. I think it was something really silly. Like Europe was using the American units, and the Americans were using metric, and so it just all the math was screwed up.
Hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'd like to be, at least as a start, 187 pounds. Sure. I want to get down to 160. I will be happy at 160.
What is a healthy weight for you though? Like what is according to like BMI and all that? Are you near that or
160.
okay? So that's kind of your goal then.
That's
To
like
get down
like
to
right in the middle of where my height, like the range, like right in the
right.
middle, like 160.
I got you.
So that's where I want to be. I don't want to have a flabby belly. I want it all nice and toned. I want to be able to wear a bikini next summer. So
Do you watch Rick and Morty?
I don't.
Oh, okay, because they just had
Noise,
the latest
annoys,
episode.
no,
They
annoys me. The
really?
voices annoy
Yeah.
the shit out of me, and the animation annoys the shit out of me.
I don't look at it that way. I like the story. The storyline's usually
Yeah,
pretty
but
funny.
I can't follow the
Can't look
story
past it.
if I'm looking at something that repulses me and hearing voices that sound like scratches on a chalkboard. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
follow this. At that point, I'm just done.
yeah.
So
I get you.
I know I have a toy here where you push the button and it says stuff. And one of the things it says is, Mr. Meeseeks, look at me.
Mhm.
Apparently
Yeah,
that's
Miss Me Seeks is funny.
Meeseeks. That drives me up the fucking wall. That's my oldest. When he moved out, he had left it here, and I gave
Yeah,
it to kids to play with upstairs. And every now and then I hear,
it's driving you nuts.
Meeseeks, look at me. I was like, ah.
So when we were like periods without power, over the last few days here because of the hurricane, I downloaded a bunch of Seinfeld to watch off of Netflix,
Don't like Seinfeld.
and it was, and this is where I can like relate to you with what you're saying about Rick and Morty. The laugh track on Seinfeld drove me so fucking batshit insane. I couldn't watch it.
I was never a huge fan of Seinfeld anyway. Just him.
No.
By himself. What's up with that? I mean, I don't know. It's just
Yeah. Oh, he's
know.
a horrible actor in it too. Like that man cannot act.
And he's not terribly funny.
No,
And he's
not
creepy.
especially.
You know. So
Like I like George, Kramer, Elaine. The supporting cast is pretty good.
George is
But
okay. Kramer in real life, he's just a piece of shit person.
Well, there's that. Yeah. If you,
So,
God, I almost forgot about that. To tell you the truth.
So I like, yeah, whatever. Like he could get hit by a train and it would be okay if they didn't report it.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
Yeah, right. But Elaine,
It's well deserved.
uh, Jean Drive. What the fuck is her name?
Julia Louis Dreyfus.
Yeah, her.
Or Julia
She's
Louise.
okay.
Yeah, she's okay. She didn't really. I guess she sort of went on to additional shows.
Well, she's
Was it Veep or
in
something she
the
did for?
Marvel universe now. So
Is that right? Oh, I
yeah,
had no idea.
I
Wow,
she
interesting.
is. She was in the Captain America the new Captain America series. The what you call it? What the hell was that called? You know,
Marvel Cinema. Julia Dreyfus
Falcon,
portrayed
Falcon,
Valenta Allegra de Fontaine in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So she's going to be
Interesting.
appearing in stuff on Marvel stuff,
Well, you
recurring.
know what? She looks really good in this too. She looks
Yeah,
just like
yeah,
a little bit older than Elaine.
yeah. No, she's time. Time's been kind to her.
Oh wow, she's 61 years old.
Yeah,
She looked fucking
good.
amazing for that age. Very, very kind to her. Like, no lie, she could easily mid 40s if you just show me that picture of her right now and say, well, what age you? And I didn't have any back information. So versus Jason Alexander is 63. Yeah, there's some wear there. How old is Jerry?
Yes, Nurse Ratchet died. She played like a priest on Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Um, yeah, when anytime anybody involved in Star Trek dies, the Trek community, and they make a big deal.
Oh sure, yeah.
Um, so
How old did you say Jerry Seinfeld is? If you had to guess,
64.
68. So you're close. I didn't think he was that old. Like, that's my parents' age.
It was
I
just a
thought he
shot
was
in the
a
dark.
bit younger.
Well, I mean, I figured this way he would have had to have been, because I remember as a kid watching some of his stuff, and I'm 51, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm an old lady.
What's his name from Curb? Larry David. That man does not age.
Pretty,
He's
pretty good.
75 years old.
Pretty.
And what was I watching? It was something. I didn't have much internet, so I must have. I don't know. It was like a Seinfeld behind the scenes kind of thing.
Oh, it was
Um,
pretty good. Larry David. Curb Your Enthusiasm. It's okay.
yeah, I find the newer episodes, like later seasons, are much better than like the original few seasons when it was really unscripted and less production value. I just find it. If I'm gonna watch something like that, I'm gonna watch more of like the skit comedy show, like The Kids in the Hall.
Mm,
But the newer seasons, they're pretty good. It's entertaining. There's some funnies in it. He
Yeah.
can be annoying as fuck
Yeah.
sometimes. Like
Yeah.
his character is very grating at
Grating.
times, but
Yes. Yeah. Grading is actually a pretty good way to put it. It's pretty good.
yeah. But it shocked the hell out of me, like watching him in the early '90s versus I just watched like the recent season of Curb, and he looks the same. You know, was that 35 years in the difference? That man, it's like Steve Martin, right? He's always looked old. Steve Martin looks the same as he does now as when he was like on SNL. It's truly amazing.
I made $24 on OnlyFans. Yay!
Hey,
Right? It's $24. Like every 2 months, I get like $20.
that's awesome.
Yay!
Adds up over time.
I will get
So,
that money and take about a week to get it, but that's cool.
It's like a quarter tank of gas or a pack of smokes.
Friends was yeah, it was all right. I never watched it. Watched it. Like I would watch it
Never
in
watched it.
reruns, and I would watch like an episode here and there or whatever. Like I never, I didn't follow it. Like I regular TV shows like sitcoms and all that stuff. I really haven't watched anything faithfully since like the 80s because it was just like that was the best time for um sitcom television was the 80s.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like after that things got really stale and stupid and redone. And when they tried to be funny, they typically weren't. Partly because I think the world had changed so much, but the rules on television did not. So they couldn't really do anything or say anything that people in like the 90s and more recently would find interesting. You
Right.
know, when you're fenced into, oh, those darn kids material over and over again, there's not much you can do. It is what it is. It wasn't until cable shows started showing up where like The Sopranos and that kind of
That's a
thing.
big change.
That,
Yeah.
that's when television got interesting again because they could do things and they could talk about things that on regular television they're just far too toxic. So
No, I like to watch a great show on YouTube right now, or a podcaster is Hal Sparks. I really find his political commentary very good. But he does a radio show out of Chicago, I think on the weekends, and also simulcasts it. It's like YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And the whole point of the story is it's a call-in show when he does the radio show, and he had a guest
right,
call in the other day over the weekend, and the guy just accidentally is like, blah blah blah, talking shit and says shit, and they have to dump that 5 seconds because he's on AM radio.
right,
Like, God damn, they're still doing this down there. Like,
yeah,
it was
it's
just part of
crazy.
a natural conversation.
I
You just
like,
said I took a big shit or there's shit smeared on the wall. No, it's just part of like how you're talking.
I follow House Sparks on Twitter. Um,
Yeah.
I like him. I like his Twitter. I don't listen to his radio show or his podcast or any of that. But I did love him in Queer as Folk.
Never watched that, but yeah, that's my understanding. He was in quite a bit of that, wasn't he? Yeah,
He was
no, I never watched.
he
See,
was
but
he was one of the central characters. I mean, it was his thing. He was
uh,
the central character.
was
Um,
that a network show, like an ABC or
no,
NBC kind of thing? What was that on?
no. Sometimes it bordered on porn. It
Oh,
was on Showtime initially.
that's why I never watched it then,
Um,
because we don't.
Queer as Folk. Oh
Yeah.
man, I never watched the British version. The original was from the UK. I never
Okay,
watched that. Never got a chance to see that. Um, but
be a lot different.
I
But
did watch the American version from like back then
mhm.
on Showtime, which I absolutely loved. I cried when it went off the air. Um,
Hmm.
there were like relationships and stuff between characters like ended towards the end of the series, and and I cried over that. And I mean, it was just fantastic. Um, loved it.
There are five
Um,
seasons of it too, from
there
2000
is
onward.
there's a new Queer as Folk. I don't know. I assume it's still running. Tried to watch it, and it's a new batch of LGBT young people
It's on
talking about,
Peacock. Ugh.
yeah, it's about things that affect LGBT younger LGBT people of today, and I can't relate to it. I
I'm guessing nobody did. It was canceled after one season.
yeah, it wasn't very good. I don't know if Peacock, what kind of restrictions NBC has for Peacock. I have no idea. So I don't know if they could be as wild as the
I wouldn't think at all. No, if you're saying like bordered pornographic and it was on
oh, there
Showtime,
was lots of sex,
to
really
yeah,
steep.
so
So
NBC's not going to do that at all. Even
um,
if it's on their streaming, there's no way.
but I mean, it was really good. And like I said, the new
Mhm.
one I just tried. I watched part of an episode and I just couldn't, just didn't appeal to me. So I was like, no.
Do you think that's because you have such a love for what it was originally? This
Yeah,
is
I mean, it
so
could be, but
drastic change.
some of the stuff they were talking about was just like, is this what LGBT people talk about today? Am
Yeah.
I
Okay.
too old to really get this?
Yeah,
I don't.
or it's just written by a bunch of executives that are tone deaf and
Yeah, well,
or
and
just going with
I'm
like pure stereotype.
I would have no way of knowing. So it was just like I just couldn't get into it. Queer as folk, Nadia. Queer as folk. Um, yeah, loved, loved, loved.
Interesting. I mean, I've heard of it for sure, but I'm kneecapped here in this fucking country with what we get from you guys. Like we only really got HBO 2015.
Wow,
Unless you bootlegged all that shit. Like there was no HBO Canada until then. Um,
wow.
Now we
That
sort of get some shows like we have Crave, and they just pull from like Stars and Cinemats and stuff like that.
I thought it was bad that I didn't even have MTV in my town. You couldn't even get it until
Oh
1989.
yeah, yeah. Oh geez, 89. It was. I was like, I don't know, it was like 94, 95 trying to watch Beavis and Butthead, and it was blacked out in our town outside of
Wow,
Atlanta. Like they would not allow MTV whatsoever. It was
wow.
there, but it just like it had the channel, but it's just nothing on it. Live in the Bible Belt, right? This is
Queer as Folk in the early 2000s was fantastic. It was, um, God, I loved it, loved it, loved it, loved it. Me and my ex boyfriend, we watched it religiously, um, and then
I'll
had
be back
sex.
in 1 second, but I can hear you.
Um,
Oh, really? Well, yeah, I guess if it's like you're saying, pretty pornographic, yeah. So I could see
yeah,
that.
I mean, it was. We had lots of sex though, so
But it's not like it wasn't a show like a based around or like a typical porno where it's porn with
yeah,
like
it was
this
just
light
friends
story.
living their lives.
Okay, I got you.
It was mostly gay men, and they were go to the clubs and they'd go, they'd date, and there was cruising and all kinds of stuff. It was just, they were just a group of LGBT people living their lives, um, and it took place in Pennsylvania. So Liberty, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I used to watch Headbangers Ball. Headbangers Ball was pretty cool.
You know what? I'm conflating the two shows of Queer Eye for the Straight Guy with
Oh
Queer as Folk, and that's where I was. Oh, I might have seen that, but that was more like a
no,
TLC kind of reality.
Queer Eye was, they did makeovers and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, no, Queer as Folk was. It was, look it up. It was good. Watch it online. It was good.
Yeah,
It
I'm
was
gonna make a note for that to
so
add
amazing,
that to
amazing,
my
amazing, amazing.
server.
The love story between Brian and Justin to this day will bring tears to my eyes. Oh my god, amazing, just amazing, amazing, amazing. Um, so yeah, and I mean, Nadia. I liked way back because again, I'm old. You have to remember that, and I remember watching soap. In the 70s, I guess it was. I was a little kid. I remember watching soap, and it was corny, but it was funny. It was meant to be funny. It was stupid funny. um I remember that. I remember, watching Three's Company in the 70s. um
Yeah,
I remember that.
I
Three's
still
Company was
watch
good.
that.
You
It's
still watch
funny.
that?
I love that. Yeah, it comes on like we have one of those Nick at Night old timey
Yeah,
rerun,
I used to
and
like, MASH.
it's
I watched
cute.
MASH.
I never did Mash.
MASH was good. It was a military drama, but it was also funny. The central characters were funny. Were funny.
Was it
Um,
a comedy? Oh
Mostly no, but it was funny.
no.
It was
Okay,
good. MASH was good. MASH is one of the best things ever happened to television. Um,
interesting.
I really liked MASH. One of the final episode was just amazing with the baby on the bus, and they killed it. It was just, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, crazy, 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 crazy. Um,
Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about Mash.
oh, it
I
takes
never
place.
watched it for whatever reason.
Billy Crystal did not give an honest portrayal of a trans woman. Yeah, he wasn't a trans woman though. I mean, they didn't know back
What
then.
was he in?
It was in the 70s. There was a show called Soap, and it was a comedy. And I mean, it was a spoof. It was basically satiring soap operas, and it was awful. And the fact that it was awful was what was good about it. And one of the characters was played by Billy Crystal, who played a crossdresser. Uh,
Okay.
they didn't. I don't believe they ever said that she was supposed to be a trans woman. I believe they used the word transvestite.
Sure, if it's that long ago too, so the vernacular at the time would be a lot
Yeah, I
different.
mean it was a long time ago. It was a different world. Um,
Hmm.
you can't watch soap because of the time that it was on. You can't look at that through today's eyes um,
Sure.
and give it a fair evaluation.
Well, I mean, like most shows, like you probably couldn't watch Andy Griffin now, given how much things have changed in
Maybe
society.
it doesn't really exist. Um, yeah, and neither does Aunt B. But I mean, yeah, Billy Crystal's portrayal of a trans woman was not honest. It was terrible. Um, it was, but it was that was groundbreaking. As
Sure.
awful as it was, those two things can coexist. Um, I don't know what other TV characters up until that point there were. Um,
That were LGBT.
Complaints were made regarding the portrayal. Yeah, complaints. Complaints by who? Complaints by trans activists? Sure. It doesn't matter how a trans person is portrayed on television. To this day, there's always complaints. Shit, I got lots of complaints about trans internet personalities, and they're just being themselves. And I've
Hmm.
got lots of complaints. Um, you know, um, there were complaints by parent groups. There were complaints by church groups. Um,
Oh, you're always going to have that.
oh my god,
Absolutely. Yeah.
with soap. Oh my god, there was one of the characters was a ventriloquist. And I don't remember his name, but the dummy, he had the dummy, and somebody said, "What are your names, Neil and Bob?" Do you get it, Neil and Bob?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's horrible.
Um, you know, but soap was crazy. It was ridiculous. It was supposed to be ridiculous. That was the point. That was the entire point. It was ridiculous. I mean, they had a guy with a dummy for fuck's sake. That was the point.
Yeah.
Um, Three's Company. Eh,
It had
I
its
liked it.
moments. There's
It
some
was all right.
chuckles.
Chuck, right? Yeah, the one that was Chuck. God, it's such a ridiculous show. With Three's Company. It was John Ritter's character, Jack Tripper. Was supposedly he was posing as being gay, and that was the only reason why he was allowed to live with these two women. Um,
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
California, there was a morals clause in somebody's rental agreement. What? So only a gay person could live there. That's crazy. Are you taking
Yeah.
pictures of the stream with your phone?
No, I'm trying to get my watch face to look
Oh,
appropriate with the my lighting. So I'm setting it on the phone to I have to keep raising it to look at it.
okay.
Yeah. It's something for me to like fiddle with while we talk.
You're weird.
Right? Well, people do that, right? So since I don't
Not
smoke
really.
anymore, I can't really vape. So it's my little thing for my OCD to. Plus, I'm used to running the show, which is just balls out, fucking having to babysit and change
Usually those
settings. And,
technicalities against moral clause. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying though, the idea that there would be some kind of morals clause in Southern California.
Not in Southern California, it's like
Apartment.
Southern Georgia, Alabama.
It doesn't make any sense to me
Not
that the
California.
landlord would have some kind of say whether or not a gay person could live in an apartment. And considering that he was gay, living with two women, even though he wasn't really gay, he was allowed to because he was just one of the girls.
Right.
And I mean, that's, the homophobia that's inherent in the Three's Company storyline.
Yeah.
But again, it was like for its time, even though he wasn't really gay, he was pretending to be gay. That was groundbreaking for American television.
Sure.
Bosom Buddies was really bad too. Bosom Buddies was terrible, but they weren't really. That's the thing. Like Bosom Buddies, they were pretending to be women. It was never an issue of that they were trans. They weren't trans. They weren't even drag queens. They were pretending to be women in order to have a place to live that they could afford. And it was awful. It was terrible. But again, I mean, it was not a statement about trans people or cross dressers in any way, shape, or form. It was just these guys needed a place to live.
So you look at a show like Ellen DeGeneres' sitcom in the late 90s. When she came out as being lesbian, I mean the ratings tanked. They put her on a worse night at a worse time slot to just try and get rid of her, and it worked. It tanked.
The trickster trope, kind of, I guess. Like if the trickster trope is usually saying that LGBT people are tricksters, they can't be trustworthy, but they weren't LGBT. So it kind of was a reverse trickster trope, I guess. Because there's the whole thing about honesty in LGBT people and about how they're portrayed on television because of the fact that, LGBT people have had to lie about who they were. So I get that. But yeah, Bosom Buddies, I remember watching that. I don't remember any episode. That's how much
sounds familiar.
That's how much of an impact that it made. It was Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Really? Okay. Yeah, I definitely didn't watch that then. If I did, I have no memory.
And it was awful. Redneck Atheist, Mel Brooks is actually currently filming a new movie. It's History of the World Part 2, and I cannot wait. I think it's a series. It's going to be a series, I think. History of the World Part 2. Because I loved History of the World Part 1. And it was just like, okay, that was a million years ago, and there was never any follow-ups. So why the fuck they call it Part 1?
Was that Mel Brooks that did that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He is still alive. Yes, he is. He's a million.
Oh, yeah.
He's a million.
He really is.
He's still alive. And he's working. Figure that one the fuck out.
96.
Yeah.
He has to do Spaceballs 2 before he leaves this earth.
I don't think
there's so many things he needs to do. They were trying to do it in the early 2010s, but it was
I was going to say Space Jam, but because of the Bugs Bunny stupid bullshit, couldn't do that.
But. Rick Moranis was the holdout of the cast, and plus, John Candy's dead, so it doesn't help. Yeah. But ever since Rick Moranis' wife died, he just gave up on acting. Quit acting to be a full-time parent.
Yeah. But yeah, History of the World Part 2 is supposedly going to be a series, I think. They're currently filming it. That was one of the most exciting things I've heard in a while.
Mel Gibson, though. That's odd.
Fuck Mel Gibson.
You said Mel Gibson, but you meant Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks. I didn't remember saying it at all. Mel Brooks.
You said Mel Gibson is filming it currently. So I was like, that's odd.
Mel Brooks. Fuck Mel
Series on Hulu.
Yeah. Yeah.
History of World Part 2 variety series ordered at Hulu to rate blah 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 exclusive. This is an old article, so it doesn't say the air date.
Don't think there is one
This
yet.
one's from January. Release date.
I can't wait to watch it. I can't imagine that his style would have changed much. I mean, it's Mel Brooks, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean?
Exactly. The most recent updates from January just saying, yeah, we don't know when it's going to be released. Nothing new. This one's from May. It's just going on about the cast and stuff. I guess they're getting a lot of A-list talent in it.
What else? I used to watch. I remember watching Alf.
Oh, I loved Alf. Alf
Punky
was great.
Brewster.
Never funky, spunky. What was it?
Punky Brewster.
Punky.
Punky Brewster.
Punky Brewster. I never watched that.
What the fuck was that show? Was it The Facts of Life?
Yeah.
Oh my God! What is the one that Michael
J. Fox was in?
J. Fox was in? Yeah,
Family Ties.
Family
Ties.
Family
I'm
Ties.
cheating. I'm cheating though. I'm looking at a list right now.
The Family Ties was interesting because of the political dynamic in that show. The parents were hippies, and Michael J. Fox was playing a Reagan Republican. And
that's
so there was,
interesting.
because of that, there were political discussions in the show. So my young mind at the time was informed a great deal about politics from watching Alex P. Keaton. So
He's trying to be the cool, hip, ultra conservative Reagan conservative.
but his character pretty much was, young Republican. And I learned from watching that show that Republicanism was not where it was at.
Oh, James Job good. Yeah. Definitely not where it's at. Oh, Married with Children. I still love Married with Children.
I was not a fan. I watch that with Peach now. Every now and then she'll start watching it. And I watch it. I don't like. It's not like I dislike it. I just was never really a fan. Family Guy is the same thing. Peach loves Family Guy. It's okay.
Yeah. It's not rewatchable. It's like a one and done.
Peach will watch them over again.
Yeah.
And there's new episodes now apparently, and she watches those and she enjoys them. And I don't dislike them. I would never watch Family Guy on my own. Like I would never put Family Guy on just to watch it.
Yeah.
Not my thing. But like I said, Peach watches and I'll watch with her. And it's good for some laughs, but it's not really my thing. I was never into the Simpsons, and it's the same kind of thing. I won't just put the Simpsons.
Never? Even like original few seasons?
Yeah, no. South Park was another one. I've never watched South Park just to watch South Park. I've watched it with someone else. Or I've watched it because somebody would be like, "Oh, you need to watch this episode" or whatever. But I've never really watched South Park. I just no. There was an episode where they had a horse and they were making scarecrows.
Oh, to bite his penis?
And they had a hot dog sticking out of the scarecrow's pants, and the horse was eating it. Anyway, that episode was on once when my kids were small, and they were watching TV. We were at my boyfriend's house. Well, actually, I was living there at the time, so whatever. I was at my house, at my boyfriend's house, and my kids are in the living room watching TV, and I'm not paying attention to what they're watching. And I walk in on that scene where the horse is eating the hot dog off the scarecrow, and I was like, "What the fuck are you watching?"
Yeah. Oh my God, there were 14 seasons of Dallas. I didn't realize that show ran for that long. I love Dallas, man.
Ugh. No,
At least
none of the soap operas. The only one that I liked that I watched anything of was General Hospital. Way back in the day.
yeah.
Luke and
That's
Laura.
like the longest running soap.
Yeah. Luke and Laura, which was really bad because, they got married and lived happily ever after, but he raped her. That was how they met.
Oh. Mm.
So I watched during the whole Luke and Laura thing because it was like the biggest thing on television at the time. And there was John Stamos as Blackie on General Hospital when he was just starting out as an actor. And I watched it again because John Stamos is just one fucking hot man.
Oh, God, yeah. To this day, that man is still
he aged
amazing.
Quite well.
Very, very well.
Very well.
He, I don't know his age. 59 years old. Again, that's another. This picture. This is
59.
Yeah, like he does. If this picture is from when he's 59, like it says, like mid-40s max. Like he just, goddamn, he held up, dude.
He's only 8 years older than me. That's within acceptable range. I don't know what Peach is going to do when I run away with John Stamos.
Like arguably, this picture of him, it's a picture of him at 19 versus 57. He looks better at 57. Like he's got more of that George Clooney kind of look.
Yeah, I'm really big on George Clooney.
No?
Yeah. But I tell you, John Stamos' teeth are fake.
Oh yeah, gotta be.
Yeah, those are dentures.
Oh shit, Clooney's 61. Let's see what you're saying about the teeth, though.
He has aged.
Yeah, I see what you mean about the teeth.
Yes.
Maybe they're that you can see like they're clearly dentures.
Those are dentures.
Interesting.
Yeah, it happens. Mine are dentures.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm really bad at spotting that and like men with hair pieces. I get full.
Well, depending on the hairpiece, the dentures, I think for me, are pretty easy. Those John Stamos, those are dentures. Donald Trump, those are dentures.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can especially notice with Trump when he speaks, like they shift.
Well, I mean,
dentures speak.
It became obvious when they slipped when he was talking.
That's what I'm referring to.
And that's a pain in the ass because that does happen.
Sure.
I mean, I could tell before that. You could tell by just the way they look. You can just, they're not natural looking. The way the lips curl around them is different than around regular, like, natural teeth. So you can tell they're fake. And John Stamos' teeth are fake. And that's it is what it is. But yeah, he aged quite well. He aged quite well. His teeth didn't.
There's some paparazzi pictures of him with his dentures not exactly working too well for John Stamos. So
yeah, always.
Oops.
Mm-hmm. No, he's a good-looking man now.
Oh God, yes. Sexy man.
You know who I like? Ian Somerhalder.
Ian Somerhalder.
Look him up. He looks like young John Stamos. Very, very similar look. Very similar look. Beautiful man.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful man.
What has he been in the movies and TV
Vampire
shows?
Diaries.
Lost, Smallville. This is like chick flick stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look at him.
Big time.
Look at him. Whole heartthrob thing going.
I suppose it'd be the same with John Stamos, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That was most of his career was the same kind of shit. Chick flick stuff. But yeah, he's got those crazy eyes and that smirk, that half smile, that crooked smile. My God. Woo.
Wait, John Stamos in ER. Why does this sound like I didn't know this?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
TV shows with John Stamos, and it comes up as
Uh,
John Stamos was in ER.
I don't know. I never watched DR.
No, I think he was in. George Clooney was in ER. Yeah, lots of chick flicks. Holy Christ!
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
Yeah, they have that look, and that's all they're gonna end up doing. I mean, he doesn't have the body to be an action hero. He's not some like amazing standout actor. Um, but he's very, very pretty, and so he'll do a lot of chick flick stuff, and that's fine.
Thoughts on the new live action Little Mermaid? Have you seen the trailers for this and all
I
the
have. It looks
idiots
very good.
reacting? Hmm?
Looks very good. The only criticism I have is that there's a 99.2% chance that it's just going to be a shot-for-shot remake of the cartoon.
That's what it looks like so far.
Well, that's what
It's
they've
gonna
done with all of
absolutely be-
their live-action remakes. That's what they did.
exactly. That's been
And
the model.
okay, fine, and that's fine. And I will probably watch it, and I'm sure I will enjoy it. But it's not going to be like, oh wow, that was amazing. So
No, it's just a live action cartoon.
I about like the fact that the new Little Mermaid is black.
Yeah,
That makes no
Twitter's
sense
going stupid.
because mermaids, you would think they're either bluish gray or green.
Right.
So
Well, her tail's green in it, yeah, or bluish gray green in this one, but no, I'm more speaking of like just the idiots online reacting that she is black, a woman of color, and the further stupids that are burning their DVDs of it, and not My Little Mermaid.
they're burning
It's
the DVD.
something that you already bought and own. Yeah.
Something somebody had posted. They had said Pinocchio, the Pinocchio live action Pinocchio hadn't been released yet. It was a couple of weeks until it came out, and there was an ad for it on Facebook. And some dumbass commented, "They ruined Pinocchio."
Why? It's a white kid, isn't it?
That to me is confusing.
It looks weird
because the original cartoon still exists. Like, did somebody go to your house and steal your video and break it? Like, what do you mean they ruined Pinocchio? That makes no sense.
Right. Is that Tom Hanks?
Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband filed for divorce.
MTG husband. This is recent reasons. I didn't say anything. It's in the news today. Got 3 hours ago from TMZ. So this is a trusted source.
Raw story.
And let me not do TMZ. Daily Wire, Mediaites did, yeah.
Black people are saying she is the whitest black person. Mean Street, I don't know who you are. Most of the people in the chat I know. I don't know you. So I will just say that I live with the whitest black person there is. Sorry, baby, if you're watching.
Oh, well, TMZ broke this story, but it says Rep MTG. Husband filed for divorce on Wednesday in a document which described their nearly 3-decade union as irreparably broken. He lined it to court Tuesday and filed to divorce a congresswoman from Georgia after 27 years of marriage, according to the documents obtained by TMZ. They tied the knot back in 95 when still in college. Oh, she went to the University of Georgia. I went to UGA. 3 children there. They're all over 18. Did she not publicly cheat on her husband? They had an open relationship, no?
I don't know.
Am I thinking of the right one?
So Mean Street is Tommy from the Bronx. Whatever happened to Tommy from the Bronx? You've obviously never seen Brian Gumbel. I have. So I retract my statement that you're the whitest black person. I have seen Brian Gumbel.
Oh, MTG's freaking with the courts to get everything sealed, so none of this can be public knowledge.
And to be fair, and in all honesty, I will say that I am the whitest white person.
Her husband's actually really good looking. He's relatively ripped and pretty sexy looking man. Can clearly do better than MTG, is all I'm going to say.
He's no John Stamos.
He's no John Stamos, but this picture of the two of them together, like, he can do better.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. I'm not, gonna. I will only talk down of MTG's looks because of what a horrible monster of a human she is.
She looks like one of the cavemen from the insurance company commercial.
Mm-hmm. Oh, completely. Yeah, she did MTG workout. She's the one that did that weird workout video.
So I don't know if this video still exists, but somewhere out there in internet land is a video by Tommy from the Bronx called A Fucking Poem. If you can find it, watch it. It's a good video.
That, and watch this Marjorie Taylor Greene when she's doing these like pull-up thrust curls. Man, she's just spazzing out. It's wild to watch. I don't know how she doesn't injure herself.
Okay.
Weird.
Okay.
Feel bad for him. I don't. No. Luckily all their kids are over 18, so it's not going to be devastating for young children.
I think it's funny that they're getting divorced
because of the family values part to her belief system, or
I think I hope that he kind of drags her through the mud.
Probably will. It's got to be worth some money.
You don't have the fucking poem vid anymore? Why was your channel banned for life? What did you do, Tommy? Tommy, what did you do?
QAnon Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene openly cheated on her husband 25 years with a polyamorous tantric sex guru, and then moved on to another affair with the manager at her gym.
Oh.
Wow. Congresswoman Forsett has been married to her husband since 1995. They have 3 kids. Neither man denied the affair when approached by Daily Mail, but both refused to comment.
So this channel is my main channel, my original channel, the only channel. Well, I can't say it's the only channel I ever had, but the only channel I've ever used as my main channel. And it's been up now for a lot of years. I don't remember exactly how many, but a lot of years. I think since 2009. I think that's when it's been like 13 years. The only thing I did changed my name.
The channel you're on right now?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get you a date. You joined 30th of March 2008.
2008.
According to YouTube. Yeah. Doesn't mean you made a video or anything.
I did.
That's when the channel was created.
I did. And I guess it was 2008. I guess it would have to have been. I posted 2 videos in that time frame.
Right.
And they were both videos of me in a body stocking.
Oh.
And they both got taken down almost immediately. And
even in 2008.
I had a subscriber at that time who stayed subscribed to my channel forever. It was a really creepy YouTuber who actually went out of his way to meet me in person and got me drunk and tried to rape me.
Oh.
And Peach saved me. That was the night we became a couple.
Oh.
It's a wild story, but yeah,
that's a wild how you met story.
One of my first subscribers actually traveled from Texas to Washington, D.C. to meet me and tried to bed me against my will. So,
yeah, that's scary. A lot of red flags there. The fact that he's traveling that far too.
well, I mean, it was a convention. So, yeah, Palace 469 or some shit like that was the name of his channel. He was an evil fuck. I don't know if he's still around. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to what people like Palace do. But he traveled across the country to try to get in my pants. And he failed because Peach was there to protect me.
That's a good thing.
So everybody went woke. That's the stupidest thing to say. I'm sorry, Tommy. I'm just now 486. Okay, Tommy, I'm just now reading your comment. That's stupid. Everybody went woke. God, I hate that. What does that even mean? What does that mean, Tommy? What does it mean? What does it mean to have gone woke?
Yeah, well, it's like the CRT being taught in schools. It's just the saying of the day of
there is no critical race theory being taught in school. It's
no, God no.
It's stupid. Books shouldn't be being banned. It's stupid. It's stupid. Oh, everybody's woke. That's stupid. When somebody says everybody's woke, all I can think is you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me you're an idiot without using the word idiot. I mean, because what does that even mean? What does that mean? Oh, there are people that are against hurting other people. They're woke.
The fact that it's used so heavily in the right-wing circles just makes it a valueless word, in my opinion.
Being woke means you're aware. Right? You're aware. Yeah. You're aware of what's happening. You're aware of the forces that are out there that keep people in certain demographics, and actually, depending on how you look at it, all demographics in a certain place that keeps everything, oppressed. That's what woke is. To be aware that is there. So to be aware that there are systems in place to keep people of color and poor people in their station.
Yes.
Being aware that exists is what being woke is.
And that's somehow a bad thing.
And somehow that's a bad thing. People are like, oh, well, the Little Mermaid is black. Everything is woke now. Yeah, one has nothing to do with the other. It's a ridiculous fucking thing to say. It makes no sense. One has nothing to do with the other. Stupid. It's like I said, they ruined Pinocchio. You still have the old one. Go fucking watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody's going door to door with the new Pinocchio and saying you must watch this or get shot.
I saw the original Lion King, but I never bought the remake of Lion King. And I have no issue. The fact is because many young children like the new Lion King. It appeals to their generation.
We did a stream, a dinner club stream with Bionic Dance. I don't know if you know who Bionic Dance is, but we did a stream with Bionic Dance. And she went on and on and on about how it would be terrible if they had a black Little Mermaid. Not because she has an issue with black people, because she herself she's part black.
Right.
Her issue was they're going to ruin the Little Mermaid because it won't be her Little Mermaid from her childhood. And we tried to
still has that.
Right. We tried to make the point to her that will still exist. A new one will do nothing to change what already exists. It's just there will be people, young girls, of a background and ethnicity that's not white, that will be able to relate more readily and easily to this character, and that it's important for them. And she's like, just doesn't get that. Like, that just went right over her head. Because as far as she can see is they're taking her memories and destroying them somehow.
If anything, we should be upset with the fact that they're using a woman of color to cause the outrage for free publicity for a multi-billion-dollar company. I think that's the real issue at hand.
I don't know if that's
Aside from like racist idiots that have to make it a problem. I mean, it's the same as Ghostbusters 2016 going with an all female cast, and it's a
oh God,
known thing. Like it's been proven that
that
they
was
were
awful.
selectively deleting comments to
It
keep the
was
most.
it was awful,
Oh,
awful.
it's the worst movie ever. Like
Peach and I
it's not
walked
watchable.
out. We walked out of the theater on that movie.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's what it deserves.
I was all for an all female cast of Ghostbusters. I didn't see a point to it. It seemed silly.
It's
I'm all
odd,
for
but
it, but it was terrible. One
the
of the
movie
things
sucked. Yeah,
that was really bad about the movie was how every man in the movie was a fucking idiot.
right.
Every
Which
man.
was distressing because, like Janine in the original Ghostbusters, was a very strong woman that ran the fucking company. She wasn't a babbling, fucking
But she
dumb
wasn't
blonde,
she wasn't a central character either, though. She was just kind of there.
but she
Um,
wasn't a
she had
ditzy
an
just
important
secretary.
job there, but like every other woman in the original Ghostbusters that they showed, none of them were portrayed as being idiots. None of them were
Exactly. Yeah.
portrayed as being something other than woman who was doing whatever they're doing.
Yes. Yep.
But in the new one, all of the men in the first Ghostbusters were fucking idiots, right?
Right.
That's
Yeah.
That's true,
Yeah.
including
I
including
suppose.
the Ghostbusters. That's true. That's funny. That is actually true. But I mean, it's just like when not a single man in the all female remake, when not a single man can say anything at all intelligent about any topic at all in that movie, this is stupid. And then when they towards the end they sunk to a joke. It was a physical joke about getting kicked in the nuts.
Right.
That's when we left because it was just like this is the level of this comedy is kicking in the nuts, right? We were robbed by having to pay for this movie. um I liked the characters, the actors rather, in that movie. I liked them individually. I liked them.
Visually, they're great. Yeah.
I liked them on SNL. That movie in particular was fucking awful.
Well, a lot of it was unscripted, and Paul Feig would just run the camera for hours upon hours for scenes, and everyone was vying for the top comedian to have the biggest laugh. Like in the original, like your Bill Murray. Bill Murray was the comic relief. It wasn't every one of them doing a Bill Murray, right? But in the new one, this Ghostbusters, they all had that role of being the comic relief and had to outshine the other person. That's how I see it.
They wasted Kate McKinnon.
Oh, absolutely. Oh God, yeah. Just she had like nothing to do except a few jokes here and there and scientists knowing each other.
There was a lot of talent in that movie, and most of it was wasted.
All of it was. Really.
Now the new Ghostbusters Afterlife. I know.
I haven't seen it. How is it?
Joe, Serious Mind, was not a fan of that movie. I don't have to wait for him to say. I remember him saying he didn't like it. He wasn't a fan. I don't know if he hated it or not. I don't know, but I know he wasn't a fan. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I liked the ending. There's a lot of fan service in the movie. There's a lot of very intentional tear jerking in the movie. Effective, at least was for me. That might be hormonal. I don't know, but that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So,
I'll have to watch it. I have it. I haven't watched
negative
it.
aspects. I'm not going to be like, oh, it was just a wonderful, fantastic. There are negative aspects, and one of the negative aspects I think is why Joe didn't like it, and that was that these were kids that were ghost busting, and these kids were using this like nuclear equipment and all this other stuff, and when the adults had issues and it was hard for the adults to do it, how are these kids going to effectively be Ghostbusters? And that's a criticism that I get.
Yeah, it seems like they were kind of doing like they want to be a Stranger Things with the kids because that was so popular at the time. It still is, but
yeah,
Stranger Things is very current.
I agree with this. Ernie Hudson was the best.
Oh, speaking of like waste of talent, like he really wasn't in so much of it.
I love the whole
So
thing where
good.
it was just like he just needs the job.
Mhm.
Yeah, I just
If
need
it
the
pays
job.
well, I'll do
Yeah.
whatever you need me to do. Yeah.
Is there a paycheck, attached to this? Yeah, okay, I'll do whatever
Yeah.
you want me to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole attitude was actually pretty good.
Yeah. Just the everyman. Worked well because you had the scientists and shit. You needed the everyman, which they replicated completely in the 2016 one with oh god, what's her name? The black lady.
Oh,
It's the
what's
same
her name?
thing.
Leslie Jones?
Yes, Leslie Jones.
I did not like her character at all. I thought her character was terribly written, and she was just a screaming black lady in the subway. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing.
"Really?"
That's how they wrote her. They wrote her as the loud black lady. And I was like, ew, why would you do this?
Yeah, I thought that whole character just could have been just deleted from the movie. It would have been a better
The
movie
whole
without.
movie could have been deleted from the movie. Like, but again, that was literally by Sony.
And
The
Chris,
controversy for it to be controversy for publicity.
I was okay with Chris Hemsworth being an idiot through the entire movie. I was okay with that. But they should have had him shirtless a lot more often.
Yeah,
So
yeah, he's
that
in
was a
good
waste.
shape, is he?
That was a waste of a physique. Yeah,
I,
because he has a lot of his clothes off often as Thor, and it worked.
mm,
I'm just
yeah.
saying.
Okay, see, I've never seen any of those movies really. I've watched a little of like the
You don't watch the
Avengers.
Marvel
So
movies?
no, don't like it at
Oh
all. Not my thing. No,
no,
can't
there's
do.
all muscle.
Yeah, what is that one? Oh, Guardians. I like that because of the soundtrack, and I really love what's his name. Okay, I smoked too much. I can't remember names, but the star of Guardians, I think is great.
Chris Pratt?
Chris Pratt. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh God,
I
I
love
can't.
him.
I don't. He's a religious fundy, homophobic.
Yeah, I separate the art from the sexy in his bigotry. I gotta separate it because I've heard bad things about him recently. Yeah, that's a shame.
And yes, Nadia, Chris Hemsworth is way too buff to wear a shirt very often. I agree.
Yeah.
In the new Thor movie, he has a nude scene, and I'm like, yes, I'm here for this. I was like, yes.
It's like Elizabeth Moss. Like I've watched some of The Handmaid's Tale and absolutely love it. But I love Elizabeth Moss and a lot of her roles or anything I see her and she's great. But
I
she's a
don't know.
Scientologist and it's like, oh, why? That ruins it.
Wow. Yeah, Scientology is just fucking weird.
It's wacko, crazy shit, man. I I I excuse Christianity. I'll even attend church, but when you're like doing an e-meter because there's trapped souls in you, and these souls flew on what looked like a DC-10, thousands or millions of years. Like that story's fucking nuts, dude. It's a science fiction story.
All the religious stories are fucking nuts, though.
This one's particularly nuts. Yeah, they are they all
They're all
have
nuts.
insanity to it.
Like
Yeah,
God raped a 12-year-old who gave birth to Jesus, who was really God,
right. Yeah, he's the
right?
same
Who
person.
killed
Yeah,
himself,
right.
killed
Had a
himself,
bad weekend. Yeah,
sacrificed himself to forgive humanity for the
yes.
sins that they had no choice but to make.
Right, because there's no such thing as free will because everything's predetermined.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
it's
perfect
just
story.
like,
Complete logic.
the Scientology and e-meters, that doesn't hold a candle to the nutsy stuff that's, and even like the Mormons, where they got the word of God out of the hat,
Yeah,
like
stones
they're pulling fucking names.
yeah. But at the
Yeah.
end of the day, batshit crazy, e-meter crazy. It's when they start banning abortion because there's crazy fables. This is where I have a problem.
Here's the
You
thing.
can do all your crazy shit,
I
You
don't
do
give
your crazy shit and don't mess with
I
us.
don't give a shit. Leave it out of my classrooms. Leave it
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of
yeah.
my courtrooms. Leave it out of the law.
Yeah.
That's fine. You can believe whatever stupid, crazy shit you want.
I have no issue with that. Exactly. But keep it out of government and policy, and we won't
As
make any laws that say you can't do your crazy shit, but don't make laws that say your crazy shit has to be a part of this law.
yeah, it's just like there's this whole like George Carlin said, right? Keep thy religion to thyself.
Yes.
And that is the 11th commandment. Keep thy religion to thyself. So the way I see it is, religion is like a dick. It's okay to have one. It's okay to be proud of it,
Yeah.
but just don't whip it out around my kids and shove it down their throats.
Love it. Was that George Carlin saying?
No, I don't remember who said that.
That's I like that one though.
That's a cool. I don't remember who it was who said it.
Interesting.
So at the
Very
end
well
of the
played.
shooting, I went on a pretty badly executed, strong atheist and Christ mythicist arc. I don't know what that's about. Sounds like Bill Hicks. It sounds like Bill Hicks. I don't know who said it though. I don't know. Let's see if I can find out.
Yeah, the new Jurassic Park looks. I've watched like Red Letter Media's review on it. I won't watch the movie after seeing the people I like to watch that do reviews of it because it looks like just dog shit. There's no reason to sit down for hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever its runtime, and to waste my time on that movie. There's nothing of value there. The second one was awful. The first of this trilogy, it's watchable. Doesn't hold a candle to Steven Spielberg's original Jurassic Park. I thought something freaked up there. What was that noise?
I was looking to see if I could find out who that quote was. The religion is like a penis quote.
Oh, okay. Well, that should be easy to look up, no?
No.
What
Yeah,
did I do to this program? I closed Discord. That was probably a mistake. I didn't know I needed Discord open.
Christ mythicist equals making explicit arguments that there was no historical person who inspired the figure of Jesus in the Gospels, making it something like Apollo or Hercules. Well, that doesn't sound like anything other than reality. No, there was no person who inspired the figure of Jesus that's spoken about in the Bible. Jesus is a myth.
Well, it's based upon many, many different.
Well, I mean, it's a revamping of older characters, though.
Right.
Other religions. I mean, the December 25th, birth, the virgin birth, the crucifixion. I mean, it's all of it is borrowed from other cultures and other religions. I mean, there's nothing original, new, or interesting. And some fat guy left about the Christ myth. It just is what it is. And yeah. So there's nothing there that's based in reality. It's all from elsewhere. And that's fine. Whatever. Again, people can believe what they want to believe. Just leave it the fuck away from me and my kids and my courts and all that kind of stuff. Keep it in your house. Hi, how are you?
Good. Hopefully that behaves.
Long see no time.
Yeah. I guess they haven't fixed the internet. It's certainly much faster than it was, but yeah. Hurricanes, man. Hurricanes are not good.
No, hurricanes are not good. Hurricanes are sucky. Any word from TJ?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you heard from our buddy down there? What is the name of that? Is it Ian?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. TJ doesn't talk to me outside of the show. He doesn't talk to me.
Oh, I don't. It's not you. I don't talk to him much either.
Yeah.
He hits me up with clips, and that's we're not like buddy buddy or anything. Like we get along fine. Don't get me wrong. It's not like an issue or anything, but we just don't like
Richard,
chat.
Richard Carrier he's a yo-yo nut job, crazy cakes too. But yes, he has done good talks on that kind of stuff. He knows what he's talking about. But whatever. I mean, yeah. And also you got to remember too, like people talk about like the anti-LGBT aspects of Christianity and Islam. And Islam, they got their stance. They borrowed that from Christianity. The Jewish faith doesn't really have anti-LGBT stuff as part of the faith. But Christianity is kind of unique, where it was kind of invented by them. And the whole reason why is because love between or sex between men was perfectly acceptable in Roman and Greek cultures. And Christianity
Yeah.
needed to set itself apart from Rome because, I mean, at the time, Rome was the dominating force, was actually the occupying force of the homeland of the early Christians.
Sure.
So they needed to make anything that was Roman-esque to be evil. And that's why gay people today get killed in the street. So I'm sorry, weird harassment is not case beliefs. I don't make a distinction between somebody being like weird and creepy and being a nutcase. That's nutcase.
Ooh, Tampa's getting hit pretty hard because this thing is like just sitting over Florida.
In Tampa.
My understanding, no, because I don't know. He's on the Atlantic side.
He's right outside Orlando.
Okay.
But the last I saw, the storm's track was taking it basically right over Orlando. So,
Well, yeah, it's coming from Tampa, going like up to Orlando, but it's more west. But it's just like stalled out over Florida, just sitting. Unless this radar is not. I mean, it's just twisting around according to this radar I'm watching.
I got you. Richard Carrier and actually a lot of the leaders, not all of them, but a lot of the leaders of the early YouTube, great debate community, a lot of those guys were creepy fucks. A whole bunch of them got caught touching women inappropriately, just being really fucking nasty assholes. And that's a shame.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well, that ruins any kind of one to watch, follow, respect their opinions. When someone does something like that, right? It's just
I mean, there was like, what's his face? David, what's his face from American Atheist? There are accusations about him being touchy-feely. Lawrence Krauss. Then there's anti-trans remarks from like Richard Dawkins.
Is that right? I didn't hear that about Dawkins. That's a shame.
All kinds of shit from all of them. And none of the only one that I can think of that I don't think is considered problematic is like Aaron Rock.
Yeah.
David Silverman. Yeah, he was a touchy-feely creep.
Amazing atheist. I know you don't have much like.
Yeah, amazing. And him being an asshole is his brand, though. And amazing atheist. I was chatting with him once on an adult site, a gay hookup site. Actually, it was a gay fetish site. And he wanted to be eaten, like literally. He wanted somebody to kill and eat him.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He's spoke of this before on some of his streams. That being a like a fetish, if you will, that he's interested in.
Well, at the time when I was talking to him about it, I don't. It was a while ago. He was just like he was going to turn 30 soon, and before he turned 30, he wanted to be killed,
Oh,
and eaten,
well,
and
that's like 10 years ago.
he was looking for someone to do that, and I was just
Hmm.
like, yeah, I can't help you, man. Just like I can't help you. And then I talked about it online, and he lost his shit, and he blocked me on everything. I was like, fuck him.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
fuck, dude. He's pretty open about that now. Talking about it. I don't quite understand. Like, I mean, I guess you're being eaten alive because where's the gratification if you're dead and then eaten? It
Right?
just
I
doesn't
don't
make.
know if
This doesn't
Dan
make
has
sense.
any bridges burned. I'm going to think no. But I don't know.
Speaking of Amazing Atheists, they're live tonight. Everybody's doing a show tonight.
Who?
Oh, Amazing Atheist. Oh, Deep Fat Fried. Their channel's doing a show right now.
I don't pay any attention to what he does. I have a whole big pile of I don't give a shit about the Amazing Atheist. Do you want to borrow some? You can.
I don't give a shit about them either. Their show can be funny at times. You know, it's like Wikipedia the show. Some of it's interesting.
I've never watched. Um, a million years ago, he posted that he was live streaming, and I popped on to his stream to see what was up. And he was sitting on the toilet, and you can hear him like farting shit on the toilet. And he thought that it was hilarious that there was a couple thousand people watching him shit. And I was, why am I here? And I left.
It is pretty hilarious that people are tuning in to legit watch it.
And
I
thought
understand you're not wanting to.
Right. I thought it was in poor taste that he would do it. I thought it was even poorer taste that people would sit and watch. I thought it was even in poorer taste that he would laugh at the people who were watching him. I mean, it was just this entire thing is just fucking stupid. But then again,
that's what he does, though. He does the shock.
Stupid, yeah. But I mean, he's a scam artist, and that runs in his family. So.
Definitely has been embroiled in a bunch of fundraising that he failed to meet goals of.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I had appeared on one of his charities. I appeared on his, and he was supposed to appear on mine, and he didn't. He stood me up, and he sent Galen in his place.
Oh,
no, I'm like, really?
Well, that's pretty fucking low, dude. If you're gonna say you're gonna show up for shit, what the fuck, man? The whole idea is get you there to, for the publicity of the matter, not your friend, which I'm sure Galen's a great guy, but not what you're going for to raise money for a fucking charity, for Christ's sakes.
So here's what happened. So I was having an HIV fundraiser, which I've had several of, raised a lot of money for HIV research, vaccine research. And anyway, so I was having the show. This was I don't remember if it was like the first or second one. I've done many of them. I don't remember if it was the first or second, but he was supposed to be on it, and he stood me up. And the following year, I was having another show, and Lacey Green was supposed to be on it, and she canceled at the last minute because she and I had a disagreement about her honesty, mostly. And the Amazing Atheist put out a video calling out Lacey Green for standing up an HIV charity. So I had to put out a video saying, dude, you did the same fucking thing last year.
Yeah.
To the same charity. So
same fucking Jesus Christ, dude. Hey, why? Think before you type.
Nadia, the Amazing Atheist, is a scam artist.
I mean, not like convicted or anything, but clearly has demonstrated over the years to. Um,
Well, I mean, his father was a crook, was a
yeah, he was tried and served time for it.
yeah. I mean, it was just kind of, you know, this is what they do. They run scams. That's what they do.
Yeah,
So
it's pretty funny. Their former podcast channel, Drunken Peasants, which they still pull in between 5 and 7,000 views a video, but their subscriber count's like 110 or 120,000. I don't know. It was big when TJ was still on it, but he's been
didn't know he
gone
owned it.
since.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
he's
know.
been gone since like 2018, if not even a little bit before that. Somehow this channel is still, huge. They get quite a lot of sponsors. The fact that they have that big subscriber account amount.
Hmm. That's Redneck Atheist. That's because Onision is a bigger piece of shit than the Amazing Atheist. Just like,
Yeah, 110,000.
Onision is like the most hated person on the internet, I think.
More than like Jake Paul or John, one of the Paul
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah. Onision, are you familiar with Onision?
A little bit. It's kind of fuzzy coming back to me a little. I know, like, he definitely abused his children or his daughter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a kitty toucher.
Oh, right, right. Now, did that fall apart? Because there was a lot of shit with Chris Hansen. I was trying to bust him on this.
I have no idea. I know there was Chris, but with or without Chris Hansen, I mean, it was already known that Onision was a kitty toucher. So
Who is Onision, and why are people calling him a child groomer?
what?
This article I'm reading.
Um,
He tried to lock a girl in his basement for smoking weed. Not to mention, he thinks people who use weed, essentially stoners, are the Antichrist, even though they're like, blah, blah, blah. That's a fluff piece.
and he's creepy because he's like my age, and he
Oh.
presents himself as being a lot younger.
Oh. Yeah, I thought he was. No, he's 36.
He's 36 now. No,
Yeah.
he's doing that now.
But it says born in 85. But yeah, he certainly tries to appeal to like the
Wow.
newest,
36.
youngest generation he can.
Well, he for a while he was doing like that Bieber hair.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, dude, you're like 37 years old. Stop it.
I know at one point he had a website where young teenage girls could post pictures and he would comment on their looks or like give them suggestions for makeup and stuff like that. That was fucking creepy as hell.
Dude has like 3 names too. When somebody has like 3 different names, that makes you should at that point, I think, wonder about their honesty.
Wait, explain that. Do you have to go by all 3 names or that you have 3 names? Like, like
he changed his name multiple times.
Okay. Oh, okay. I thought you were like referring to like
if you
like most cereal.
Yeah, if you call him by the name that he's not using at that particular time, he'll say, "Yeah, I have no idea who you're talking about." Like that's not who I am. But like, he's currently, I believe, going by James Jackson.
Okay. See, I thought you meant like how like most serial killers are 3 names.
Well, no. Well, I mean, his birth name is Gregory James Daniel. But he just changes his name, and it's just like, why? I mean, you can change. I've changed my name, but the reason for that was obvious. Got That Funk changed his name. I don't know exactly why, and I don't really care. But he was never accused of doing anything, untoward. You know, but Onision, he's a kitty toucher.
Yeah.
So
Well, that and a like child abuser or neglector at least, because I know his daughter like fell out a fucking window, and he was more concerned in the optics of it and like documenting it for
mhm.
content than her safety. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of YouTube celebrities that have fallen from grace. Imagine it's expensive to change your name. That whole process must be time consuming and uh, expensive along the way.
Nadia, I did all kinds of stuff um, online, and as far as I am aware, none of it has ever reflected badly on me for any reason. I don't hide from anything I did online. Um, and there's a lot of nudity and sex and all kinds of stuff, and I don't hide from any of it because, well, it was me.
Sure.
It was
Yeah.
me. I don't think that those kinds of things are things that should be held against people because, you know, being naked, all of us are naked sometimes. That's number one. Number two, we all have sex. So, just as a sexual being, I don't think sex related things just inherently are bad or should reflect badly on you. I also don't think, beliefs necessarily by themselves should reflect badly on you because all of us believe things today that we didn't believe yesterday. I'm not ashamed of what I used to believe with certain things. Um, I'm just glad that I grew out of some things. You know, life is about change, it's about evolving. I am not the same person I was, 10 years ago.
No, absolutely. Like in the
In a lot of ways,
2000.
yeah. In a lot of ways, I'm not the same person. I mean, and like the dev shell um, screen name, which I don't really use all that much anymore. It does still exist, but I mean, even that went back 23 years. Um, dev shell was a known personality on the internet, and it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a part of you. You'd be really ashamed to, not have learned and grown from that and still have that as a part of you.
I don't care if people think my anti-religious views are hateful. Let them think it. There was a time I really gave a shit about the internet. There was when Peach and I became a couple and the internet hate machine came after us and made our lives online very difficult for a while. I really cared. I was very upset. It was a very depressing time in my life. Where I got very upset about how people who I interacted with reacted to the fact that Peach and I were together.
Right.
Uh, it was it was bad. But eventually it got to the point where it's just like these motherfuckers don't pay my bills. They're not sleeping in my bed. I don't give a shit. People want to have negative opinions of me because I don't believe in God or that I think religion is harmful and hurtful, and that I'm anti-religious. Fine, they can have negative thoughts about me. They can have it all day long. If people want to have negative thoughts about me because I am a trans woman who unfortunately sounds like this, fine. I don't care. They can have a good time at that too. I don't care because at the end of the day, I can turn the computer off.
Right.
Don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if you can completely separate your life from that other part of your life,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, some fucking idiot coming after me. He was, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and blah blah. Okay, all right, good. Fuck the fucking fuckers. That's right. Yeah, I don't know, Nadia. I don't know. There's 8 billion people in the world. They're not all watching you on YouTube. I don't know who you think is. I have been on the internet being an asshole for 2 decades. 2 decades. Never once has anything I did or said online affected me as far as work or anything else in real life. I ran for political office.
Oh,
And
well, if you can get through that, yeah, that's like they're gonna dig up everything they possibly
and
can.
nothing came after me, and I've got sex videos out there. I mean, I have an OnlyFans account.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like whatever. Like people aren't giving a shit what you do. Like I can't imagine that, I'm not you. I don't live your life. I didn't do the things you did. I did the things I did. And I live in New Jersey. It's, very close to where you are. And nothing I've ever said or done online has haunted me in IRL. And in 2 decades of being an asshole online. So I don't know. I have a hard time. I'm not saying it wouldn't. I don't know.
Well, it certainly has potential with certain jobs, certain employment fields.
I don't know.
Depending on what you've done.
I don't know. I don't know what the Eternal September is. What is that? The September that never ended is Usenet slang for a period beginning around 1993 when internet service providers began offering Usenet access to many new users. The flood of new users overwhelmed the existing culture for online forums and the ability to enforce existing norms. Oh. AOL followed with their Usenet gateway service in March 94, leading to a constant stream of new users. Hence, from the early Usenet point of view, the influx of new users in September 1993 never ended.
Interesting.
Okay.
Never heard of this before, but that's a very
Yeah, I
interesting
never heard about it. So yeah, I was online before 90. I got online initially because, like in '92, I was in the service. I got online initially in '98. I want to say.
Well, it feels kind of late. But yeah.
Something like that. And I created the dev shell name. Yeah, probably 98, 99. When my daughter was a baby, because dev shell is a combination of my older kids' names. Raven actually is also a combination of the same kids of their names. So I got online and I created one of the first things I did, not the first, but one of the first things I did was create the dev shell persona. And that was in the late 90s, 98.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Yeah. Interesting. Always kind of wondered. Never got around to asking. Yeah, what the origin of the name.
Yeah, well, my kids' Devin and Rochelle, and I put their names together as Dev Shell.
Yeah.
Right?
That's nice.
So their names are Devin and Rochelle, and my name is Raven. So it's Ra and Vin.
Mm-hmm.
Raven.
Nice.
It's the inverted form of Dev Shell. So like it's
yes.
So my channel name is basically still Dev Shell, even though it's Raven J, but it's still Dev Shell. So yeah. Yeah, you did, Nadia. We've had a lot of conversations way back before, way before I transitioned. I remember your name. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't know anything about the internet when I was in the service. It was '92. I didn't know nothing.
No, we weren't using it for like back home communication and stuff like it would be now.
Nah,
Like,
there was
emails or
no, there was none of that back then.
no.
Everybody had a pager though. Um,
I had a pager,
you know,
and I
and
wasn't a drug dealer.
you had two pagers. You were a drug dealer. Um,
Yeah.
but I mean, whatever, whatever. But I created. I had chat rooms. Because way back in the day, there wasn't like live streaming videos. It was chat rooms, and you
Yeah,
could
that's what we
create
all
your own
did.
chat room, and you would like have members of the chat, right? So
Right.
I had dev shells like dev.
Oh, I lose internet.
What was that?
Oh, I thought I lost internet there. You froze up for a second.
Yeah, you froze there for a second. So yeah, so I had dev shells, psychic windows, and what I used to do is I told everyone I was an old woman,
Right.
and I would give psychic readings. And
Interesting.
I used to do it for free. I did it for about a year or so. I gave psychic readings on your cold readings, and it was interesting. It was fun.
Yeah.
Um, and there was a couple of the members in the chat that were like regulars in the chat. And there was one girl. Um, oh my God, what was her name? Something cowgirl. She was so cool. I remember her name. Um, but she sent me a private message one day and said that she had figured out that I wasn't an old woman, uh, and like we would chat and stuff. I remember sending her pictures, shots, just body shots of me.
Yeah.
Uh, I ended up opening up a new chat room. It was for adults. That was Dev Shell's body parts, and it was basically just people posting pictures, nudes and stuff, in the
Oh,
chat.
okay.
Dev
Yeah.
Shell's body parts. So I had the two different chat rooms going at once. Um, and then I had chat rooms on AOL and Yahoo. But MSN was like they were the main ones at the time. But yeah, I mean that was cool. And like I said, the Dev Shell persona was, had a following way back in the day. It was cool.
Mhm.
A million years before YouTube was even thought of.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Any social media really, or the main social medias we know and that exists now. Yeah.
I use the same email now as my main email account that I used back in '98.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's surprising it still exists. A lot of those got gobbled up and
Yeah,
shut
well,
down.
I mean, it did. It did. It was Hotmail, and the email address is still Hotmail, but it's not Hotmail anymore. Hotmail is
Right.
now Outlook.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because Hotmail's gone. But yeah, yeah, it's part of Outlook now. So yeah, but it's the same email address, hasn't changed because I never shut it down.
Yeah.
But I've been using it now.
Legacy
Yeah,
stuff.
I've been using it now for 24 years.
That's pretty cool.
That's crazy. That's what it is.
Yeah, I still have my Gmail account that when in order to get it, you had to get an invite from someone else that had a Gmail account,
I remember that.
and
You know what?
you'd only get like what 5 invites or something a month or total or something stupid. I had
Do you know
like
why they,
beg, borrow, and plead to get it. What's
do you know
that?
why they did that?
I don't recall anymore. I did at the time.
Okay, so the reasoning behind doing that is it builds up suspense and it makes people want to be a part of it.
Right,
Facebook,
right.
same thing. When Facebook was young,
Hmm.
you could only be a member of Facebook if you were invited. So what that did was
Okay.
it made people want to be invited.
Yeah, it's some cool thing that
Right.
only certain people. Yeah,
Well, it's,
yeah,
it's like the nightclub where they only let people who look a certain way in. Everybody
yeah.
now wants to go because they want to be part of the group that looks good enough to get in.
Yeah.
It's the
Fucking
same
marketing.
mentality, and it works
Jesus.
because
Oh yeah.
people are herd animals.
Yep.
So it works. It works. That's what new services and new websites do. And that's how they get a following. That's how they become popular.
Or start controversy about a Little Mermaid being a woman of color. It's the same shit. It just gets people talking.
Yeah, that's true.
So what else happened political today? MTG getting divorced is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Okay, so the other day there was an article that there was I don't know if Serious Mind is still watching or not. I know he's out in Ohio. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but um something I posted about the other day on Facebook and a whole big thing fucking blew up around it was the other day about 80 miles north of an Alaskan island there was Russian and Chinese naval craft warships that were sailing together in formation. And a U.S. Coast Guard ship approached, saw them and approached, and they dispersed. And this made the news because, well, that's somewhat unusual. So I posted about it. Now, I have a friend, the one I was talking about earlier, whose husband got really sick with COVID because they caught it from me. She is convinced that there has been a coup in China and that President Xi is in prison.
Yeah, I've been hearing some of this.
Right. So it's been like a week now. There's all kinds of rumors. There is no mainstream or reputable news source that's reporting it. Um, any of the reputable news sources that have addressed it at all are all saying that experts are saying it just isn't true.
Right.
But there is widespread reporting from less than reputable sources that it is something that has happened in China, that China has now been the government has been overthrown. I don't know if it's true. There's, like I said, there's no reputable sources.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's reputable.
Addressed the rumors. There's been nothing said, which I find unusual, that there'd be such widespread rumors and somebody in your government doesn't address it. That to me is odd, but whatever. Okay. There is no evidence that actually happened. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't know. So when I posted about the Chinese warship sailing in formation with the Russian ships in the northern Pacific, she got on and she's just like, oh, but no, that wouldn't happen. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but it didn't happen because there's no way it could happen because the new leaders of Russia don't want to be cozy with, of China rather, don't want to be cozy with Russia. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know if President Xi is under house arrest. I don't know. I do know that a guided missile cruiser from China was sailing in the northern Pacific with Russian ships. That I know. That's something that's verifiable. That's something that has happened. It's been reported. Major reputable sources have said this is real. The Navy Times has reported on it. The Associated Press has reported on it. Reuters has reported on it. This is something that happened. A coup in China? I have no idea. And she's telling me, you believe whatever you want, but that couldn't have happened because there was a coup in China. And it's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And like she has completely taken leave of any ounce of rational discussion about it. And she called me Miss Palin. And I'm like, what the fuck is your issue? I don't know who the Phelan who Falun Gong is, I don't know. And if it's a rumor that was started by like a political rival, I get that. It happens. Like Redneck Atheist was talking about Kim Jong Un, right, being in a coma, but it wasn't true. But she's not one of those people who doesn't trust the mainstream media, though. I know what you're saying, but she's not one of those people. I think it's something she wants to see happen so badly. And now that the rumor is out there, she's like, oh, look at this. This is happening. And when I told her, I Googled it and I looked it up and I was searching for a reputable source to back up her story. She's like, why would I lie? But I don't think you're lying. I'm just saying I can't find a source to back up the story. And she goes, that's because China has blocked it all out now. It's too late. They're squashing the story. And it's just like, but if there was a coup, the new government's not going to have the power to be able to do that. And yes, she's latching on the hope too hard. That's what I think is happening. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think it's something she wants to see happen. So now there's a rumor that it happened, and she's on that shit. She's hanging on. And talking about anything that has to do with China is now impossible with her because everything is like, well, that wouldn't happen because there's a new government. And it's just like,
but yeah. Yeah.
It's like, okay, fine, new government. Show me who's in charge. Oh, it's probably General Lee, and not the General Lee from obviously from the United States, L.I. Lee. And it's just like, but you don't know that. Give me some evidence. But if you look it up, like if you Google like videos about it, there's a million of them. Talking about the coup, and but I think they are all relying on the same singular source.
Right. Yeah.
Which doesn't do anything.
So I mean, it's like the QAnon shit that JFK and his son are going to show up back in Dallas or at a Trump rally. Like, it's a singular source that just goes into the ether and gets picked up here or there. Maybe a credible news outlet to cover. There's, obviously not going to happen. It's complete fucking bullshit. But we live in this age now that
I know
these false stories and these narratives just
fantasies are somehow now real. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the internet's become a choose your own adventure. And you can find something to back up your batshit crazy outlook on life or like this JFK stuff. It's
I understand people have an issue with like mainstream media. I understand why. I get that, right? Because I mean, because of the commercial aspect of the media, just in general, I understand, why news sources or news reporting organizations on media are going to twist and tilt in one direction or the other. I get all that. There's a profit motive involved. They want to go where the money is.
Mostly about,
They're going to go left or they're going to go right. They're going to go wherever they need to go in order to bring in that dollar.
Absolutely.
Right? And sometimes it has to do who is sponsoring the channel, right? Who when you watch, who are the commercials, right? Yeah. The news is going to be tilted in a way that is going to do the corporate sponsors a favor. Right. I get all that, get it, and I'm actually fine with that. Like I've said in other shows, and I might have said it tonight, I have the ability to spin my own stories. When I watch the news, I can de-spin or I can add more spin in my head. I don't have an issue with spin, right? Because I'm smart enough to know what's real and what's not. So that's fine. But I understand why people don't trust it because of that. I get that. I get it. But then it's just like, if, like, there's Fox News, right? So there's Fox News, which is like Fox News. And then there's Fox, the entertainment news. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, all that stuff. That's not Fox News. They're on a
No.
Fox News channel, but they're not news shows. They're opinion shows. They're entertainment.
Yeah, it's editorial.
Fox News Desk is a legit news source. And with certain things, they're very, very good. They're some of the best. So, like, if Fox News is not talking about a topic on their regular news show, not the opinion shows, but the regular news show, if they are not reporting on it, it's probably not happening.
Right.
If the Associated Press is not reporting on it, it's not happening. If Al Jazeera is not reporting on it, it's not happening.
Right.
So when somebody's like, "Oh, did you hear about this?" That's where I go. I'll go to Fox. I go to Al Jazeera. I will go to Reuters, NPR. I'll go to the BBC. If none of those reputable, mainstream, reputable sources with minimal spin, if they're not talking about it, it's not happening. And that's what I
No.
do. So when somebody says, "Oh, there's this or that," that's where I go. And if it's there, it's legit. If it's not
Right.
there, then it's just not there. Fox
No,
News
it's
lost
some
its,
Tucker Carlson pulled out of his ass.
yeah, Fox News lost its legitimacy when Shepard Smith left.
Yeah,
No.
Shepard Smith was kind of the start of that. Then Chris Wallace left as well.
Here's the thing: is like Shep Smith was a reporter though, like he was an anchor man. He
Right.
read cards. Right? There's still an entire staff of people who research the news. There's on the street reporters. They write all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The
And he
anchor
was in a time slot that
aren't
was
doing that
their
stuff out on the
news.
street. Right? There's an actual agency behind Shep Smith. Well, when he was there, that
Right.
gave him what he talked about. That is
Yes.
still intact. Fox News does have a legit. They're a legit news source.
Certain times of the day when it's not
Right,
Tucker or it's not their morning.
you have to know what
zoo.
you're watching. Are you watching an opinion show like
Mhm.
Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson, or are you watching the news desk? If you're watching the news desk, what they talk about is going to be different than what the opinion shows talk
Yes.
about. Now, Fox, when you watch Fox, when you go to the channel, the Fox News channel, the 24-hour, news cycle thing, 80% of what's on there is opinion.
Right. And that is the issue with that fine line of not being transparent,
CNN is
where
80%.
people would just trust it.
Yeah, CNN
People
is
don't know better.
MSNBC is 80% opinion.
Yeah.
Actually, MSNBC might be more than 80% opinion. But I mean, MSNBC does have the NBC News as their equivalent to the Fox News news desk, and NBC News is a legit, reliable, reputable
Sure.
source. When it makes it on to Rachel Maddow, who I like, it's twisted all to the left.
Yeah.
Like you can take there is the comic about news sources and the twist on news and what's being reported. They did it was a comic with Obama, right? And it was just like MSNBC, CNN, and Fox, right? And they'll show Obama was drinking a Pepsi, and CNN is just like Obama prefers the taste of Pepsi over every other soda, right? MSNBC would say, Obama snubs Coca-Cola in favor of Pepsi, right? And then it gets to Fox, and it would be like some outrageous, ridiculous shit that Obama declares war on milk,
Yeah.
And it's just like
Yeah.
that's the difference in the news sources. Nobody can just say Obama was drinking a Pepsi today.
No.
Because that's all it was. But no, none of them can say that. Everything
it doesn't bring in the clicks and doesn't get their advertising seen. It's all it is. I mean, when Malaysian Airline lost that plane, was it 2014? Did CNN need to do 3 months of coverage? No. But did people tune in for fucking 3 months of coverage on it? Yeah. And it sold ads. And you build flashy graphics and have all these new sets and shit built for it.
Way back in the day when CNN was just a little baby channel and they were the only channel that was doing news 24 hours a day, a little baby fell down a well, baby Jessica.
Yes. Yep. Baby Jessica.
And CNN was basically built on the coverage of Baby Jessica because, God damn it, they were there 24 hours a day
They're the
until
only one at
rescue.
the time that was a 24-hour news station. So yeah, that was
They
gold
were
for
it.
them.
They were it, and they were
Yeah.
brand new. They were brand new. CNN had not been around a long time yet. They didn't have the kind of like they didn't have opinion shows. They didn't
No.
have. I mean, it was just different anchors were repeating the stories from earlier in the day all day long, and it was
Right.
kind of dry and it was boring. They didn't know how to do a 24-hour news cycle yet, and
No.
Baby Jessica taught them how to do a 24-hour.
Oh, interesting.
Because
Yeah.
they took their cameras there and they stayed and they talked to everybody they could find to talk to about it. They talked to experts
Shoot.
on babies. They talked to experts on wells. They talked to experts on falling in wells. They,
Yeah.
everybody they could think of, anybody they can find. That's what they did.
Kill time and yeah, tune in for this. We're gonna have an expert on.
Yeah, and they learned how to do a 24-hour cycle.
Makes
And
sense.
after they have perfected it, everybody else came to the party.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
copy and paste.
Yeah, exactly. All I care about is Nancy Grace, wherever she is. Is she still on the air anywhere? Does she?
Usually, last I seen, she was on like headline news, but that was 7 years ago, really. So I don't have that channel up here. So
Let's
I'd
take.
imagine she still exists somewhere. She pulled in a decent sized audience and was fucking fantastic at her craft of taking a relatively boring or what these fucking court cases and just making it this media circus around it. So I would be surprised if she doesn't exist anymore on some station, major station even, because she's not on like the RSBNs, OAN, shit like that yet. They're still too small for her.
I think she just has a podcast. I think that's it.
Well,
I
shit.
don't think she's working anymore. I think she just has a podcast. I can't find anything about her what she's doing now. There's a podcast.
Out to watch Injustice with Nancy Grace. Right now, you can watch Injustice with blah 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 on Fubo TV. You're able to stream Nancy Grace by renting or purchasing Google Play, Vudu, and iTunes.
Yeah, it's a movie, isn't it?
So it's on Fubo TV. She's got 2 seasons.
Okay, yeah.
Let me see it without making an account.
Did a nightly celebrity news and current affairs show on Headline News from 2005 to 2016.
It's a
And
long
then
run.
also had Court TV's closing arguments from 96 to 2007. But I don't see anything listed for what she's actually doing now.
She's apparently on Fox Nation. Geographic restriction. Fox Nation is currently unavailable in your location.
Yeah.
Watch Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Fox Nation.
There's a certain amount of people in the US who are actually working towards getting cable providers to stop offering Fox News as being a part of a package. Like
That's what they did here.
you have to pay extra for it if
You
you
have
want.
to pay. It's funny because the basic packages, when I had, let's go back for a year. Well, I still have cable. So I guess that. And CNN comes with the basic, you get your Discovery and all that shit.
Yeah.
It's CNN. If you want MSNBC, it's an add-on. If you want Fox, it's an add-on. All those, CNN's the only one they give you.
Here, Fox comes basically free with everything. It doesn't matter what you get Fox. And there's a movement of people telling when they get their cable saying, I don't want Fox.
Yeah.
And if the cable company says they can't do that, they go somewhere else. At least that's
sort of what happened. Is it OAN or Newsmax why they got dropped from like DirecTV because just too much backlash. People didn't want it, and advertisers were dropping left, right, and center, pulling their funding.
Yes, people. Not
that?
in this house though. I don't have cable here. We stream everything.
Yeah, I only have it because I save $5 a month by having it. It's literally not plugged in. The receiver Hasn't been plugged in since like June when I wanted to watch like a Blue Jays game.
Why
I'm just
prefer to have something you don't use? Don't have it.
well, if I take it off my internet package goes up $5.
Yeah, but
So by
that's
having it and having a package, it's cheaper. I save $5.
what that noise is.
Heard something.
Oh, it's
Cat.
cat. Scared the
Cat.
shit out of me. Did you hear
Yeah.
her?
Yeah,
I
I
was-
heard the noise and I seen the cat run. I forget.
Fill up my spine. Okay, so I'm on the ground level, right?
Uh-huh.
There's a big giant window here, and there's sliding glass doors here.
Oh,
And
fuck that.
this afternoon,
I got that closed.
I had 5 black bear in my yard.
Oh,
So
yeah.
They're
make
here.
you worry. Yeah.
So I can't see outside because it's dark out and light in here. I can't see. So for all I know, there's black bear looking at me. I would have no way. And I have no protection from them. They can just go, they would knock this door right down.
Need some kind
You
of
know,
shotgun and cameras.
I
I
only
love my cameras.
this is all I got. This is all I got.
That might not do much.
Yeah, I would have to get pretty close, but I mean this is what I have.
Yeah, I'm better than nothing, I guess. But
It's nice though, right? Isn't that
yeah,
nice?
you just think something like the Revenant, you're not going to stand a chance if the bear's acting like that.
I'm not going to get close enough to a bear to use it, but you know,
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they come in the house or something, yeah.
the bear? No, not the bear. The bears.
bear.
There's a whole family. It's a mama and 4 cubs.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, I was trying to ask if it's the little ones with her because that's when they're more aggressive.
And not 1, not 2, no, 4 cubs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't even take the kids outside
Poor
anymore.
lady.
I don't take the kids outside anymore because it's just too much.
Yeah.
You know.
Have you called like the municipality for like
Yeah,
coming
no,
out
they
as a
won't do
trap?
anything. They won't do anything unless the bear attacks you.
Oh, for fuck's
I'm not
sakes.
kidding. The bear has to attack you before they'll do something.
Do you think they put out cages, get the whole family, and just relocate?
Yeah, no.
Best thing for everybody. No, we got to wait till something happens.
But this area of New Jersey has become synonymous with bears.
Oh.
Where it's to the point now where even if they wanted to just cage them up and take them away every time there was a problem bear, there's no way they could do that. It would be it's occurrence multiple times a day in multiple areas of the town every single day.
Jesus,
there's a lot of bear here, a lot. Yeah, it's an issue. It can't put out the garbage without the garbage getting destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can't take the kids outside because there's a whole family of bear in the yard.
Yeah, that's really bad once at that point. Yeah.
Late at night, going in and out of the house late at night. If you have to run to the store in the middle of the night, you have to run to get to the car because there could be a bear there, and
Has anybody been attacked like locally or like are they aggressive?
I had a bear chase me.
Okay.
2 years ago. Right in the driveway, right in my driveway. I had a Cadillac at the time. I jumped in the car, started up, and I went after the bear. Went right into my backyard, driving on the grass in my car, chasing the bear.
Yeah, it's trying to steer him off.
It got to the tree line and stopped and turned around and sat down. Yeah, seriously. No.
Yeah. She was like, because they know you can't get them. So.
Yeah, she was like,
yeah, they're not scared of humans anymore.
No. She was afraid of the car, but when she got to the tree line, she was like, "Yeah, you can't come here."
Yeah.
So.
I had to do that with the skunk like a month ago. That was kind of playing chicken with them. It's literally just driving around in the yard trying to shoo them the fuck away, but I didn't want to startle them too much.
Are you comparing dealing with a skunk with dealing with a black bear?
A little bit. I didn't want to get sprayed on the car or in the yard. It's gonna fucking stink for days.
You really made that equivalency there? Really?
Yeah. So I say I'm cool too. I have nature. I did a nature with my car.
I'm sure there's quite a bit of nature where you live. I mean, the bear here are just very close to homes. It's scary. It's scary,
especially with kids. Yeah, that's going to be.
Yeah.
That,
And I
that
don't have
sucks.
a
So you
dog
can't let him
anymore.
out.
One of the things, like when I had my dog, I would like, because I had a pit bull mix, my Penny girl. Most of the people who was like normally in my chat, they all know Penny. But I mean, I would put her on a leash and go outside that late. If I had to go outside late at night, I would take her with
Mm,
me, because if I couldn't see a bear, she would see it, hear it, or smell it. Um,
sure.
she
Let you
was my
know.
protection.
Mm.
Yeah, I miss her, especially at night when I have to go outside.
What kind of dog was she?
Pit bull mix.
Oh, okay. That's good to have then with the bears. Yeah. They
Yeah,
might protect you.
she was a protector. Yeah,
Yeah.
she was awesome. I miss her. I had her a long time. She was 13 when I put her down, and I had
Wow.
her for over 10 years.
Yeah.
Um, she was awesome. She was the best dog I ever had. So
Yeah, it's rough when they're like that. When there's such good dogs, have to put them down. They
when
get elderly.
when Damon, who tomorrow, tomorrow as in Friday, um, will turn 5 years old. When he was born, we had Penny, and she would sleep alongside his crib on the floor at night.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
And I mean, she was old, and I remember
Mm,
saying to him, you know, um, he'd be like, lying on her on the floor and
mm-hmm.
crawling up on her and stuff. And she would just let him pull her ears and all that stuff.
Then,
She
yeah.
was beautiful, right? It was fantastic. And I would say to him all the time, that dog is the best friend that you will never remember.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. So no pit bull tendencies of acting out or being aggressive or anything like that. So she was pit bull, right? A pit bull mix. Yeah, they get such a bad.
I mean, bad rap. And then people are like, oh, they're dangerous. They're inherently dangerous, and they're not. Pit bulls are nanny dogs. They're actually the original nanny dog.
Oh, interesting.
They're really traditionally very good with children.
Mm-hmm.
Very loyal family pets. Um,
Some perhaps that's some of the connotation of the aggressiveness, just because they're overly protective.
well, I mean, they're very strong.
Yes,
So
that's a yeah.
they're easy. They're very smart. They're easy to train, and they make really good fighting dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the aggression comes in.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you have a pit bull from a pup and you're training it, and you're raising it and you're teaching it, yeah, there's no reason why you should have to be afraid of it.
Exactly. Yeah, especially from your pup, right?
Yeah, you know,
And how you train it to. I mean, if you're trained to be aggressive and to fight, and you know, they're
but
gonna
like my penny dog, she was the gentlest thing. When I first got her, I was afraid. She scared me when I first got because she was a pit bull. Um,
right.
what was happening was at the time, my ex-boyfriend and I, we had broken up, and I was living at my mom's, and I had heard that there was issues at my ex-wife's house with the kids and her new husband. So I went and I got an apartment. And got an apartment, and within 24 hours I'd furnished it. And I was just like, going on a custody battle to get my kids, and I was like, what can I do to make the new home more like home? And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
well, I should get a dog. So I went to the pound and to see what they had, and then they had like this dog was sick, and this dog was old, and this dog was ugly, and this dog had to come with his brother or whatever because they've been together all their lives, and I'm like
Yeah.
I said, oh, there's nothing, and the guy is like, there's one more. And I was like, where? I said, all the way in the back. There's a pit bull. I said, yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they said, no, no, go take a look. So I went all the way in the back. It was like a whole nother room, right? And I went back,
Jesus.
and in a cage with black plastic blocking so you couldn't see in, right?
Wow. What a
Um,
sin.
covering the entire cage. And there was a sign that said caution. And then there was like at eye
Jesus.
level, there was like a slit in the plastic so you can look inside.
Yeah.
So I peek in, right? And very scary. This dog is like not just caged, I mean, it's blockaded, And
Mm-hmm.
in, and there's this pit bull sitting there. And I said, yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's too much dog for me. I want, a cuddly little fucker that I can just roll around with and the kids can play with. They're like, well, let's take her for a walk. Put her on a leash, and they hand me the leash, and she's pulling and she's jumping, and I'm thinking, this is nuts. I can't handle this
Yeah.
dog. She's all excited, and we go outside, and the tail is going, and she's crazy, and I'm trying to walk with her, and I said, heel, and she sat down.
Oh, wow. Nice. That's a good sign.
So, oh, well, that's interesting. So I pull on the leash a little bit, and I start walking, and she walks right up alongside my leg, and she's walking with me. And I stopped walking, and she stopped walking. And I walked backwards, and she walked backwards. And I was like, wow, you're not so bad.
Somebody spent some time with her.
Right.
She was older, right?
She was 2.
Okay. So yeah, somebody.
So I got down on my knees, and I got nose to nose with her. And I said, you're not so bad, are you? And that's it. She just started licking my face all over. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm going home. Yep, it was sold. And yeah, she was amazing. I took her everywhere in the car with me. She was my driving buddy. Everywhere I went, she was with me. I could walk on the streets with her without a leash if I wanted to. She would stay right by my side. Yeah. When I got sick, because I have HIV, I'm HIV positive, and when I got sick and I was diagnosed, I was for 2 weeks, I was bedridden with the flu, and she stayed at my side the entire time.
Jesus, so loyal.
It was like a movie dog, where she was perfect. And when I met Peach, and Peach moved in, and I had Penny, and she was our dog, and she would like sleep at the foot of the bed with us and stuff, and she was just a great dog. And when the kids, when the one kid came, when Damon came, she was slept at the foot of his bed, and I mean it was just like after she had died, I had posted this big long thing about goodbye to my Penny dog, and one of the things I had said in it was that she saw me through from one section of my life, from one segment of my life to the next, and now she guided me through, and that she was able to witness me getting my life back.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was and it was so heartbreaking and sad to let her go, but it was time. And I so badly want another dog. And I tried. We had gotten a German Shepherd puppy who was absolutely beautiful, but she was crazy and she was too young, and I just don't have the energy and the time to train a pup.
Mm-hmm.
We had to give her up. We only had her a few weeks, and we gave her up. But someday, I want to get another dog. I'd be lucky to have another one that's even half the dog that Penny was.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like, I want to get a puppy, but I gotta really do it like middle of the spring. That way, it's old enough come winter time that I don't have to go out like on the ice and hurt myself. So, I instantly fall on everything.
It's typically a good idea. She was just a good dog. I got so lucky with her in so many ways, and like my gut reaction was like no, I was just no.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially if they set it up that way. She's like in a blacked out cage and warning signs everywhere. I mean, come on.
I was like, I want a dog for my kids. What are you people trying to push this pit bull on me for? But like, once I got her outside, I was just like, oh my God, you're amazing. What a dog. And I had dogs all my life. She was the best dog I ever had. She was the first dog I ever had that went from pet to family member.
Yeah.
I mean, so many of them are just, they're not worth remarking on. It sounds really bad, but it's like, well, they were a pet, they did their thing, and then you walked them, you cleaned them, and you cleaned up after them. And the connection that you have with some just wasn't there with most of them.
Yeah.
But Penny, she was amazing. We ended up with a really, really good connection. She was a great dog. I got so lucky.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to top. Set the bar pretty high.
I tell you though, I was lying there. It's called the HIV flu. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you're familiar, if you know many people who are positive or not. I don't know.
I don't know.
But when you become infected, about a week to 10 days after infection, you end up getting flu-like symptoms, and it lasts
Oh,
for about 2 weeks.
right.
And it's just a really, really, really bad flu. And I mean, like you're sick to the point where you can't even walk, and
Oh,
you're
jeez.
puking, and there's fever. It's just bad. It's just really, really, really bad. Um, and I had that. I for 2 weeks I was sick. And yeah, the dog was like, she saw me through all of it. She was at my side for all of it. It was amazing. Um, and I had a good friend, Al. He would come to my house every day. He'd come in and he'd bring me soup, soup for me and toys for the dog. Uh,
Nice.
my friend Al, I loved him to death. Problem with him, um, was he was hoping there would be a romantic connection, and it's just
Oh,
not my type, you know.
yeah.
And I told him multiple times, we can be friends, man. I love you to death. I don't want to see you naked.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know about everybody, but I can't be romantic partners with somebody if I don't want to see them naked. Nope. Not
No,
in.
exactly. Not purely based on sets on relationships, but it's gonna happen. So if
Right. Well, no,
it's not
exactly.
something you're into, it's how you're gonna make that work.
Peach and I don't talk about intimate issues or intimate things with my current partner, whoever it is. I just don't.
Right.
You know, after the fact, I'll talk all day about it. But like current partners, that's just disrespectful. You don't do that. Right. So, but our relationship isn't like some ultra sexual thing. Our connection is much more intimate, much more personal than sex. So, sex isn't that big of a deal. But still, if I thought she was nasty with her clothes off, I wouldn't be with her because
No, exactly.
you're going to see, as I say to her all the time, is I don't know why you're with me. I'm ugly as hell. Trust me on this one. Ugly.
Okay. uh, I'm sure she wouldn't be with you if that was the case.
That's what she says. I don't believe her.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Nadia, Peach and I, we're together now 12 years, right? Yeah, in about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks from now, it'll be 12
Yeah.
years Peach and I are together. And we have 2 kids. I'm positive she is not.
Mm.
We had kids. So,
Yeah, their science is definitely making some progress on that. I mean, the fact that you can have two kids that are not positive, right?
using PrEP, no, using nothing.
Oh, really? Oh,
Well, I mean, I'm on meds.
sure. Yeah, so like your
So I take
viral
my
count
meds
is
every
low.
single day. I take my meds every day. So if you are HIV positive and you're on your meds and you take them every day, you get down to undetectable.
Right.
And when you're undetectable, you're non-transmittable.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
I couldn't pass it on if I wanted to. I couldn't pass it on if I tried.
right.
So
Just the viral load so
she doesn't
low.
need to be on PrEP. As long as I
Interesting.
take my meds, she's safe.
Hmm. That's interesting. That's great that it's come to that uh, stage. They're getting close to. Well, I mean, there's two
Well, I mean, like, okay,
documented cases that it's been cured, if you will.
like I will tell people that I am functionally cured,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it is. Yeah, exactly what it
Not
is.
cured, but I mean, I had 2 kids that are both negative. My wife is negative.
Yeah.
Um, she's never taken anything to protect herself from it.
Right.
It's just that I can't pass it on because my viral load is so low. I can't
Mhm.
pass it on. that's functionally cured. I mean,
Yeah, essentially. Yeah.
it has zero impact. It has zero impact on my life. Oh my god.
Well, do you find like do you get sick easier because of all the antivirals and stuff you have to take? Does that affect? Are you
I
like
don't.
immune compromised?
I take one pill a day.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, it's. I
Oh,
take one pill a day. I take one pill
jeez.
a day in the morning. I
Yeah.
don't. I don't get sick easier. In fact, um, I never get sick. I had COVID recently.
Hmm. Yeah. You
They did
get
not.
that pretty fast.
I called. I called my doctor. Said I tested positive for COVID. Should I do Could I go to the hospital for monoclonal antibodies or
Hmm.
for the Paxlovid, whatever the medicine is? And they're like, no, you're good.
Wow.
You'll sail right through this. Don't worry about it. Your immune system is strong enough for this. You got this.
Hmm.
And I did nothing. I took nothing. I didn't even take painkillers. I did nothing for my COVID. Nothing.
That's crazy.
I don't get colds really. I don't get sick. Um, it's rare that I have anything at all because
Hmm.
I am so healthy. I am one of the healthiest people you meet, despite my lifestyle
Yeah.
and all the junk I eat. No, I'm pretty healthy. I'm in good shape. So I can stand to lose some weight. That's about it.
That's fucking amazing. It's just one pill a day.
One
Like I
pill.
didn't really think about when you said it, but you could you have the image of like you have like 50 bottles of just throughout the day you're taking so
That
much.
was that was the 80s.
Yeah, yeah. It really
I
fine tuned it.
and actually I want to switch my medication to the shot because they have a shot where you get a shot once a month. And that's
Oh
it.
wow, that's so nice then. Yeah, yeah.
Problem with that is I don't think it's the kind of thing where you can go to the pharmacy and get the monthly shot that you have to go to the doctor. And my
Okay.
doctor's an hour away. So
Yeah,
in the winter, that could be
that's
a
a pain
problem.
in the ass. Yeah.
So
Is it like an implant you get in the shot, or is it just like a normal,
I
just
think it's
a
just an injection.
injection? Yeah.
Mhm.
Interesting.
But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I remember when I was diagnosed, I remember being very upset and thinking
Sure.
that it was like a death sentence. And then
Sure.
once they convinced me it was not a death sentence, I said, "Well, fine, it's a life sentence." Um, but after that, after some like soul searching and stuff, I was just like, I am not going to let my life or let myself be defined by a fucking virus.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't take medicine for 2 years. Um, I decided that I didn't want to go and jump on medicine, so I didn't take medicine for 2 years. And when my T cell count got to a certain point, when it got low, that's okay.
Mhm.
Now I'll take the medicine because and then my T cell count went back up again the way it should have been.
Right.
Um, but I mean, I put that off for 2 years. I just tried to live a healthier life. I
Mhm.
was still smoking, but I was eating better and that kind of a thing. And I started going to the gym, which that didn't last. But I just tried to take better care of myself. And when your T cell count drops to a certain point, you're then labeled with being having AIDS. And
Right.
once the label of having AIDS, that never really goes away. Even if you get healthier, you're still labeled as having AIDS. And I said, yeah, I don't want that to happen. So when my T cell count got low, I decided it was time to go on the medicine. And within a month or two, I was undetectable, and I've stayed there ever since.
So when you say being labeled as AIDS, it's just like a technicality. You could be in the same place you are now with your viral load, but if you crossed into
Right.
this, it would be considered AIDS, is
Right.
the acquired immune deficiency syndrome.
Right.
Um, Weird. I'm
I
just
didn't want to
curious
have
there.
that. I didn't want to have
No.
that label
Right.
because there was a stigma attached to the label.
Yeah.
You know,
Sure.
when you have AIDS, you have to be registered with the state, and I mean it's stupid.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't want to have to do all that because why? Like it didn't make any sense. Like if I was very sick and I was dying and I had a really low T cell count, where, at that point I am dangerous. My health is dangerous to me and people around me.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Perhaps.
I can
Yes. Yeah.
understand that. But if that is not the case, right, because I got healthier for whatever the reason, why should I have that stigma attached to me?
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I did not get to that point. So once my T cell count got down to like 500, yeah, it was about 500. I started taking the meds,
Right.
and now I am up in the 1100, 1200 range, which is healthier than most people when it comes to T cells. Most people
Dang.
aren't that high.
Hmm.
My immune system is very, 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 very strong.
Interesting. Yeah, I've learned a lot there because not not knowing or looking into it, you just go by colloquialism of society
I mean,
portrays of it.
popular media has portrayed things to be a certain way, and they were that way at one point, but not anymore.
Yeah,
You know, I
that's
mean, I
great.
was diagnosed in 2009, so
Mhm. Well,
yeah.
hopefully one day there's one more pill you take and it's just gone. That's it.
Hopefully,
And it
that's what
seems
I
like
did
they're getting close.
for.
Yeah, 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 and that's a shame. Like, there's not more money put towards research that people are still having to fundraise for this research, instead of it just being a you know a public health,
Well, I mean, um,
just part of society like that. It's
in,
funded.
in the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, um, in their corporate office in Manhattan, in the charity's main office, right in Manhattan, they have a wall with plaques on it, right? Different
Mhm.
sizes, plaques with the names of their donors. There's only like two plaques that have names of private individuals. Most of the other plaques, or all the other plaques, are of government agencies
Right.
or um, uh, groups. So there's like the Canadian Ministry of Health has a plaque.
Right.
Um, there's like the English, United Kingdom, whatever. Different organizations that have given money to this group.
Right.
In order to get a plaque on the wall, you have to have a substantial amount of money that was raised or given to the organization. My name is on that wall.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I am, or at least I was, when they put the plaque up, I was the largest private donor to to their charity.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that.
I'd imagine so. Yeah, that's good.
My name is actually right next to the Canadian Ministry of Health. Yeah.
Hmm. Well, that's good. I mean, they definitely need the money for research on it. Costs money to do this, so it's good they're doing that.
Sorry to hear that, Nadia. Very, very sorry to hear that. That's unfortunate. That's sad. If he had managed to get through that, he would probably be in a different place now. Medicine has come, even since 2009, medicine has come a long way. I've
Okay.
changed prescriptions now 3 times. Um, when I was first started taking medication, I was taking 2 pills, and now I'm down to one.
Sure. Because I mean, they have
It's very effective.
uh, drug therapy and cures for hepatitis C.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I'm sure there's a cutoff of how bad you can have it, or
There are
the infection.
there are certain illnesses, certain just certain things that, when coupled with HIV, become very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Uh, one of them is MRSA. I actually had MRSA while I've been HIV positive. I got MRSA.
A
Uh,
staph infection, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the flesh-eating disease. Um,
Okay.
but it is a kind of staph. It's it's a um, what the hell does it stand for? Something resistant.
Yeah, metachillin something. Metachillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus with staph infection.
Yeah,
That's
methicillin.
difficult to treat. Resistance.
Methicillin resistant. So, I mean, it is a staph infection that is resistant to penicillin, basically.
Right.
It's resistant to antibiotics. And I mean, it's a flesh-eating disease. It is life-threatening. It's dangerous. Um,
Sure.
so what happens is it gets under your skin, and then it just starts killing the flesh
Right.
underneath the skin, right? The meat under your skin. It starts to kill it, and it gets all infected and pussy, and you get a big giant, very painful, like a swollen thing.
Mm.
And you know, I had when I first had one, it was like right here,
Mm.
and it hurt like hell, and I thought it was an ingrown hair from shaving. And I kept popping it and squeezing like the pus and stuff. And I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. But eventually, like I squeezed it out and I cleaned it with alcohol and stuff so frequently that it actually dried up. It's
Right.
rare to be able to drain and to basically cure a MRSA scar by yourself with no medicine. But I did it. That's how I was so
Interesting.
focused on it that I spent so much time, had no idea what it was. I thought it was an ingrown hair.
Right. Right.
And then I got one on my knee, and the one on my knee was so bad that I couldn't walk.
Ugh, yeah.
And I was living with my mom at the time, which was after my ex-boyfriend and I broke up. And I would go in the bathroom and scream while I squeezed my
Ew.
like this.
Oh.
I would squeeze it, and there'd just be black pus coming out of my leg,
Ew.
really bad. And she'd
Yeah.
be outside the door crying, like, "Oh my God, you're gonna die," and all this other stuff. Um, and so when it was, I had the one here that I got rid of myself. I had the one on my knee, and then I had one on my arm. I've got a big scar on my arm. You can see
A
it's
little
like
bit.
it's like a pock mark. You see that?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
There? And I have one on one of my shoulders right there.
Oh wow. That spread a lot then.
And um, yeah, I had to go to the doctor and they cleaned it all out and they cleaned them all out, and it was very painful and it was really disgusting. And they put me on medication and it cleared up.
Oh.
Um, but
Okay. So
they're
there
like
are medications that
coupled,
fight it.
coupled with HIV, it's
Mm.
dangerous because it is resistant to most antibiotics, and your immune system is already compromised from the HIV. That if you have HIV and MRSA at the same time, the MRSA could just rip right through you.
Right.
Um, and I did well. I all things considered, I did pretty well with it. Um, so they started coming back about 5 years. Oh my God, that's terrible. No, I had the one on my shoulder was actually like a relapse of it. I had my knee and my arm and the one on my belly.
Yeah.
Those were all within like a month. And when they were gone, it was gone for a couple of years, and then the one on my shoulder showed up. And the one on my shoulder was bad. It was really bad. It was really painful, and the pus in it was green. It was really disgusting.
Ooh.
Uh,
Yeah. It's a lot of cell death.
it was bad. It was
Yeah.
just really bad. Um, and then when that one went away, that was it. Done. They never came back. Um, yeah, having MRSA was scary. It was scary because, like I said, coupled with HIV, it's just so dangerous. Um, that is really until COVID. That was the only thing I've ever had that I was worried about being HIV positive about. Because I've never really, other than that, I've never had anything really. I rarely get a cold. I'll have like short-lived cold symptoms in the winter sometimes. The sniffles and maybe a cough. When I was smoking, it was worse, but I haven't had a cigarette in almost 2 years, and I haven't been sick. It's just doesn't really happen anymore.
Yeah. Especially when COVID first came out, because it was really uh, I want to say hitting the HIV community a little bit harder, but they didn't know how to treat it. That was
Well,
the
I
issue
mean,
with a
that's the
lot
thing
of
is,
with COVID.
if your immune system is compromised for COVID, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Because your immune system is already, even if you're in good shape, your immune system already doesn't know what to do. Because it's a novel virus, a brand new virus. Your immune system has no idea what it is. So if you're compromised, you can't even put up a good fight. Um, and I mean, technically, my immune system is compromised, but I've got a stronger immune system than probably almost anyone you know. I just don't really get sick,
No,
and
but you eat well and exercise too. So
I don't go out of my way to avoid illness. I just live my life. The only
Mhm.
illness that I've ever tried to actively avoid, was COVID, because I mean it killed my father. Um,
Well, yeah.
so I mean I just avoided. So I did pretty well over 2 years. I avoided COVID for over 2 years. So it finally landed in this house. Kid brought her home from school.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But you bought enough time to get the vaccine
Well,
and
that's
to
the thing,
allow research for drugs and therapies.
right?
That was the goal, really, is just slow down the infection for that very reason, and to not overload the medical system.
Smoking while driving, redneck atheist. That was mine. I smoked so much when driving, and now when I'm driving, I crave a cigarette so bad. What's really bad is in the summer, I'm choking on Twizzlers. In the summer, um, there was this past summer. This happened over the summer. There was this truck in front of me, and they had the windows down. A motherfucker was smoking like a fucking fiend, and it was
Yeah.
coming into the air vents in my car. I could smell the cigarette, and I'm
Damn.
driving behind this guy dying. I'm like, oh my god, I want a cigarette.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whole car stunk of cigarettes, and it was the guy in front of me dying, dying. Driving is the hardest thing. Not smoking. Driving is the hardest thing.
I've gotten to the point now, though, of being on this vape for like almost 2 years, that when I bum a cigarette every now and then, I don't enjoy it. And then I can't stand the fucking stink that's on me from it. So I'm at a good point, not wanting to go back to smoking. I'm fucking hooked to this vape. So
You know
hopefully it's better.
I tried the vape,
Hopefully.
couldn't do it. It made me choke and cough and gag. It was worse than pot. I couldn't. I tried the vape, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it.
Oh, it's all about like the getting the right machine and the
Yeah,
right
the liquid.
settings on it and finding the right juice.
Yeah, no, I tried a whole bunch.
You really got to dial it in.
I couldn't find a thing to. I couldn't do it. What happened was, because I had tried to quit for years, and I failed miserably every time. It was kind of like I quit smoking, and then 2 hours later, I'm buying a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
It was really hard. So when I started 2 years ago, when I finally, I talked to my doctor. I was like, okay, I'm going to get serious about transition. I am doing this, right? Um, I went to an endocrinologist for hormones,
Mm-hmm.
and she said, you can't have hormones until you quit smoking.
Well, it's a motivation.
Oh, and that's what it came down to. I mean, it was just like, okay, do I want to smoke or do I want to be Raven?
Yeah.
Um, Hi.
Yeah. Well, the $22 a pack did it in for me. I was like,
Oh my God.
$22 a day is just fucking ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It works though. It does work. Everyone I know that smokes either is cut way the fuck back or they're now vaping. Just can't afford it.
I don't know what the cost here. I think it's like $10, I think.
Yeah, like New Jersey, New York's pretty fucking high. Not up
New
here
York,
obscene
I think
high,
it's
but
like $13 or $14, I think, in New York City.
shit,
Um,
yeah, so that's the same
I
here
could be
then.
wrong. That's what I think. I started smoking cigarettes for $1.25 a pack.
Yep. I could. Well, I started smoking at 15 because the job I worked next door, the restaurant, had a machine. So I just used my tip money, and it was no more than $4 in the machine with quarters. And then once I was 18, could legally buy them. No more than like 250 for Camels. And then
Yeah,
we go like trips to South Carolina or something, get fireworks and stuff, and buy one get 3 packs free in South Carolina. It's ridiculous
when
cheap.
I quit smoking, I was smoking over 2 packs a day. Um,
Ouch.
like if you were to add them all up for the week, right, and then average it out, it was about 2.5 packs a day.
Jesus. You're buying cartons.
And yeah, it was bad. I was smoking a lot, and I would like
That's a
not
lot.
eat. I would not eat so I could buy cigarettes.
Yeah.
I would buy cheap food for the family so I could buy cigarettes. I would count change so I could buy cigarettes. Um, and it got to the point where like Peach was working, and when she would come home from work, I would take her credit card and I would go buy cigarettes.
Yeah.
And I mean, she made faces at me. If she went to the store, I would ask her to pick me up cigarettes, and she would make faces at me, but she brought them home.
Mm.
She would tell me, "You need to do something about this," and I'm like, "I'm addicted. I'm
Yeah.
addicted. I can't. I've tried." But when it finally got down to it, and they were like, "If you don't quit smoking, you can't transition."
Mm.
I said right then and there, I said to Peach, if I get down to below 170 pounds, I will quit smoking on that day, and I will call when that day comes. I will call my doctor and tell her that I quit. And on November 10th, 2020, 2020, November
Mm.
10th, 2020, um, I hit. Actually, it was November 9th of 2020. I hit 169 pounds,
Mm.
and I smoked my last cigarette. And the next day was the day I quit. I didn't smoke anything that next day. That was the day I quit. And I called my doctor and I told her I quit smoking.
Yeah.
She gave
That's
me
good because you're setting things in motion that
right,
prevents you from going back.
right. So she gave me the prescription that day for estrogen,
Sure.
and that was it. I haven't had a cigarette, not even slipped, not even
Yeah.
dragged, not once.
That's
Um,
all it takes, though. I
the
have
closest
fucked myself so many times.
I've stood close to people who are smoking, so
Mm.
I could inhale it. You know what I mean? But
Yep.
I've not taken a drag off a cigarette. I have deeply inhaled next to people, but
Yeah.
I haven't taken a drag off a cigarette at all. 90% of the time, 85% of the time, I don't miss it,
Mm.
which is my opinion. That's really good. Um, I about 15% of the time I want a cigarette pretty badly, um, but I can deal.
It only takes one, though. Like I said, I've fucked myself so
Yeah,
many times. Like, I'm just going to get a pack, get through this week. That's an
yes,
excuse. It's an
that's the thing.
excuse.
I mean, it doesn't take much. It only takes the one, and that's it. You're
Yeah.
done. And I remind myself of that every time I crave one. I don't lie to myself to the point where I could be like, yeah, but you know what? I can do just one. I don't
Yeah.
do that.
No, it's not
I
going to
know
happen.
better.
But that's
I've
where, like,
yeah,
$25 a pack.
that's
It's like,
crazy.
it's just too much money. I'm not
I
going to even do the one. It's too
the
much.
money is the money is an issue, but it doesn't even come into the reasoning for me. And the money, it never even gets to that point. It's always, man, I would really like a cigarette, but I'm on hormones and I could have blood clots and die. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to smoke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It never ever gets to the point where I worry about the money.
I don't know. It's definitely the money for me. Because if it was $10 or less, I'd be smoking like Jimmy. Just fuck it. But
Well, I mean, when I quit, I was paying about $10.
Yeah.
2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what it costs now, but it was just about $10 a pack.
Yeah, that's $25 if you're doing the 2.5 packs a day. It's adding up fast.
Yep.
I can buy a lot more fun things with this money.
If you were to break it down per day, I was smoking about $22 worth of cigarettes a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cigarettes.
Yeah.
That's been one hell of a fucking withdrawal.
See, I
For a
remember
couple of weeks be hard.
I remember buying a carton for $20.
Yeah. That's crazy. Like name brand or just some really off the wall cheap
No,
shit?
Marlboro.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
fuck, that's cheap. Ugh, that's so cheap.
Well, it was $1.25 a pack.
Yeah.
So 10 packs, is
Yeah, I went back home once and it was like $30 a carton. I got as much as I could legally get back in Canada before having to pay tax.
started smoking in 1985.
Wow, I was two.
For like 36 years. I did the math. I don't remember what it is. I think it was like 36 years. And I quit cold turkey.
Yeah,
Cold turkey.
that's not easy.
I put the cigarette out and I said never again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done that many times. So that was the last one. No. But the vape does it. The vape and the price. As long as I have the vape, gets rid of the cravings.
Dragon, that's crazy. Oh, I can't imagine that. Nah, I wouldn't even try it. Not even once. No. Marijuana's not even once.
What is mine? I think I have it's definitely like mango peach or mango strawberry. I think it's strawberry, don't have a peach flavor. I like the mango ones though. Well, my headphone's about to die. I'm using AirPods and they seem to have dropped off the face of the earth, so I might have to let you go.
Well, I'm gonna get going anyway because it's like 20 after 1, and I still have to watch some Sense8. By the way, have you ever watched Sense8?
No, I haven't heard of this.
Do you have Netflix?
Yes.
Okay,
Canadian
so you know who the Wachowski sisters are.
What's that?
Do you know who the Wachowski sisters are?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a series on Netflix. It's 2 seasons long that they made. It was their show, and it's fantastic. It's LGBT science fiction.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking this up right now.
Fantastic. You got to give it the first 2 or 2.5 episodes are slow.
Yeah.
They got to do all the world building, but once you get through that, one of the best shows I've ever watched.
All right, this is getting on the list.
It's the characters are either the characters are gay or the actors that play them are gay in real life. There's Jamie Clayton, who's a trans woman who plays a trans woman on the show. Amazing show. Amazing. It's one of those things that I cannot recommend enough. Amazing show. And Netflix canceled after 2 seasons because Netflix blows monkey balls.
Yeah, I see that. It's only like 2015 to 2018.
Yeah. 2 seasons, and then they did what was supposed to be season 3. They did like a 3-hour finale or some shit like that, which was not nearly as good as the rest of the show, but at least Netflix gave them that. But it was a very good show. The fan base is rabid. You could like search like hashtag Sense8. You see how rabid the fans are. It's absolutely amazing show. Made no sense that Netflix canceled it. It was
makes no sense. You'd think they'd get that back if it has an audience.
It's like it's an international show, So, like, there are one of the characters is in London, and all of her scenes are filmed in London. Another character is from India.
Interesting.
All of the scenes are filmed in India. It's an international, it's a global show, and it's all filmed on location around the world. Kenya is Nairobi is one of the cities that's showcased on it.
That's
It's
pretty cool. It sounds fun.
it's just absolutely an amazing show. Absolutely watch it.
Definitely. No, it's on my list. Hopefully, it's on Netflix Canada. If not, I'll just Pirate Bay that. But
Sense8, very good show. Very, very, very good show. One of the characters is Korean, South Korean, and all of her scenes are filmed in South Korea. Very good show. And actually, almost every single scene had to be shot multiple times because every single scene where the characters are together, they're together simultaneously in both places. So there's one character from Berlin, and he's like getting it on with the character from India, even though they never met in person. And all of their scenes together are filmed in India and in Berlin simultaneously.
Yeah,
Wild.
a lot of production value.
It's wild, wild, wild. It's the science fiction behind it is just like it's about human evolution, and the science fiction behind it is amazing, and the way it was filmed and put together and edited, just amazing. And like
Yeah.
because it's on location, you see like the sights of like Paris and Berlin, and I mean because it's not on a set, it's on the streets in these places, Amsterdam, Iceland. I mean, it's like it's
Oh,
amazing.
that's why they canceled it. It sounds expensive as fuck to make them.
Yeah,
It
but I
costs
mean,
them a fortune.
a huge show. Like, there's a guy on it when the characters is from Mexico, right? Well, he's a Mexican celebrity. He's a star in Mexico. Um, the girl from Iceland, right? She's Tuppence Middleton. She's a big star in the UK. Um, there is the girl from India. She's a big star in India. There's the guy who plays the guy from Berlin, Wolfgang. He's a German celebrity. He's a star, a movie star.
Yeah.
So it's just like these aren't like these are big stars that are all over the world that are all in this show, playing characters from their home countries while in their home. It's just amazing. Yeah, it's like I said, I cannot recommend the show enough. It's absolutely amazing. And when you look at like the way it was filmed and edited and everything, it's just mind blowing. Fantastic show.
Awesome. I need a new show. Thanks for the
Yeah, I
recommendation on that.
It takes you can. It's one of those things that you can binge watch, and it takes a few days to watch the whole thing.
Mhm.
Once you get past like episode 3, it'll be flying. The first couple episodes, it's all the world building because they have to explain the science to you.
Right.
It's confusing. Like you're looking at a character who's suddenly a different person, but they're not. You'll get it when you watch it. It's like the science fiction mind is amazing.
Fantastic. Won't watch that tonight. I gotta get sleep. I'll end up staying up all night watching it. Sounds great.
Thank you everybody for coming. I don't know how many of you are still here, but thank you for coming and hanging out. And monies.
Foods.
Monies. I'm going to do that on the goddamn podcast with TJ next time. I'm going to do that. Monies. All right, everybody. Night.